Pasadena for 22 years, and then we never seen nothing like this.
It is 5 o'clock right now. You are watching Today in LA. We have been covering the wildfire emergency here in Southern California live on the air since right around 10 o'clock Tuesday morning. Thank you for joining us. I'm Adrian Arambula.
And we are going to stick with you through all of this. I'm Lynette Romero. We're so glad you're here with us this morning. We want to show you a map to give you a better idea of exactly what's happening, the situation right now. It shows the major fires that have kept firefighters busy all across Southern California, from the ocean to the high desert and the foothills. So the biggest fires, as you know, are in Palisades and Eaton. The Palisades fire is just huge. It has grown to more than 17,000 acres at this point, and that number is likely to go up. The fire destroyed more than 1,000 homes and businesses, places along Sunset Boulevard into the Palisades village there, grocery stores, gas station, businesses, all gone. The beautiful coastal community is not even recognizable anymore.
And it's a similar situation about 45 minutes away from the coast. The Eaton fire has changed the charming community of Altadena, destroying hundreds of homes and businesses, just decimating neighborhoods. The winds pushed the flames, the embers burning more than 10,000 acres, and 5 people have been killed in the Eaton fire. Evacuation orders are still in effect for both of these fire zones. These are very dangerous areas still. Many schools are closed today because of the fires and the smoke, and that includes every school in the LA Unified School District. And we have multiple entire school districts closed in these fire zones and school districts that are near these fire zones. So we have a list of those closures, a full list of those closures on our website, NBCLA.com. Firefighters and law enforcement officers, they're going to hold a news conference that's scheduled for 8 o'clock this morning. As soon as that begins, we will bring that to you live.
NBC4's Brittany Hope has been showing us the extent of the damage from the Palisades fire. So currently, that's the largest fires we've been talking about so far here in Southern California. You're not far from Duke's there on PCH, and I can see the smoke, something smoldering, but you've got somebody to talk with you. We'll just send it right to you.
Hi, yes, yeah. So we're just east of Duke's, and this is pretty amazing. So Captain Van Gerpen, he just came up to our news truck. We've worked a lot of fires together inland. First, how are you doing? What have your hours been?
We're doing a couple hours sleep, if that. But yeah, our crews have been out for the last 48 hours and working on little to no sleep because we still have structures threatened, and so our crews are working around the clock.
And we have structures burned. So, Captain, will you kind of walk with me? Joel, are you comfortable walking backwards there as we show? So, obviously, there's no power, and that's what we've been telling people, showing people all morning. So, we've been able to use our little flashlight. Look at that palm tree there.
Yeah, so that night, on the initial night, when we get these erratic winds, once those palm trees catch fire, they can really spray those embers all around. And even at our base camp, our command posts, we had to move it because of the fires was shooting across the PCH. So we had fires on both sides, even at our base camp. So the very erratic winds, we had gusts up to 99 miles an hour. And firefighters, we're used to the Santa Ana winds. What we're not used to is these erratic winds and the 2-mile ember casting. And just spreading, we're fighting fire on one side, and then all of a sudden the wind changes direction, and now we're fighting on multiple fronts.
It was an inferno. It was horrible, and I was feeling so deeply for your crews. I could see how exhausted they were getting. We told our viewers we're just east of Duke's, just home after home here, right on the ocean. So behind all these homes that you're looking at, that's the ocean. You were telling me a little bit of what was going on at Duke's, with a bunch of people just kind of running out, that they were hurt. So what had happened there 48 to 24 hours ago?
Well, we had multiple patients who came down, and with a lot of these evacuation routes, there wasn't many places they could go besides to the ocean. So that's just kind of their natural instinct. Hey, when I evacuate, I need to get to the ocean. So they came down near Duke's, and there was multiple, some facial and other burns. So, there was a lot of evacuation issues. People had to abandon their vehicles. So this was a very fast-moving fire. I mean, even from the initial, it started at 10:30 in the morning, and the first size up was fill out a full brush assignment. I need every water dropping helicopter available, and we saw how quickly this fire grew.
Yeah, let's talk about that. So I know that yesterday morning we finally heard aircraft. I think it was at around 10 in the morning, and it was such a welcome sign. It was just too dangerous for you guys to fly, for our chopper to fly, which is, of course, why this spread. But will we see more aircraft today? We saw a Chinook about an hour ago, but it wasn't doing drops at that point.
Yeah, we will see more aircraft today, and they couldn't fly the last few days just because of those winds, those erratic winds. It's not safe for them to fly either. So we will see them coming back. The winds are supposed to taper down, but they're going to continue still through Friday.
All right. So good morning, guys. Thank you for joining. It's super early. It's 8 in the morning. No, earlier than I normally stream, but I figured we'd hang out and just play the news today because, well, there's a lot of updates, a lot of let me see, do I have the map up? The map. Look at this. This is from, let me refresh this page. This is from 3 hours ago, and it says 17,000 acres. How crazy is that? 17,200. 0% containment. Wow. That's crazy. Crazy. This was right then.
We just drove to a different part of the Palisades. All of this is just a couple blocks off Sunset. You look in the distance, and there's fire over there. Oh, there's a big one over there. These are all houses. These are people's houses.
Good morning. If you guys could have been with the like button.
A couple of fire trucks drive by, but
appreciate that.
It's just not enough people.
Early morning, and honestly,
Yes, I can.
the first thing that I saw today when I woke up really early. I woke up at 6 in the morning. I slept a lot less. I went to sleep earlier than normal. And the first thing I saw today when I scrolled Twitter was this.
I can hear you. So the family with the poor little girl who was.
Why is there a fire happening right now?
Say that again?
Why is there a fire happening right now?
There are multiple fires that are taking place.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You're in the news though. You're supposed to know.
Well, I don't know how it started. We don't know how it started. There,
I think
winds.
it's all the gay people in LA.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
We got the.
Unacceptable.
Oh, bro!
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
We got the.
All the gay people in LA.
Okay.
And they're like, whoa. You can't say that on air. I thought that was kind of funny. My God. And some people were upset about last night's live stream. I made some commentary. I don't think it was bad, but there was a California person that was really upset. Said that they lived in California their entire life, and why would you say those things? And the poop to tap water thing has been an on-running joke on the channel. Maybe they're new. I have a lot of new people on the channel. I joke about Florida all the time. It's not even a joke. It's serious. Nobody here in Florida can drive. Hialeah, Miami, all these Latino, Spanish people. I'm Latino. They don't know what the fuck. None of these people can drive. They're crackheads. I have criticisms about my own state that I'm in. But this person that commented last night was really upset about the things I said about California. And I feel like there were valid criticisms about the mayor and the governor and whatever else. And I say it in a funny kind of way. But it's not just me. There's thousands of people saying the same thing, just like New York. I was raised in New York. I talk shit about New York all the time. But some people and somebody got upset about Canada too, because I joked about they have nothing to offer besides syrup. I was joking. But they were upset about that because I said that. I don't know what to say. It's horrible what's happening in Cali. I totally understand. It's a horrible situation. I wouldn't wish that on anybody, but
Yeah. In the news though, you're supposed to know.
Well, I don't know how it started. We don't know how it started.
Even Californians say it. Why are you mad at me? Their own people say the same shit. So why are they so mad at me? Take out your frustration on this guy. Go after him. Leave me alone.
How it started. We don't know how it started. There's, winds.
All the gay people in LA.
Imagine I said some shit like that. These people would come for me and destroy me. How could you? How dare you? These people do all kinds of stuff, but when I say anything, oh man, there's a dark side to you, and I thought you were this and you were that. Why? What?
We don't know how it started. We don't know how it started. There's,
I think
winds.
It's all the gay people in LA.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
We got the
Unacceptable. Gina, yes,
Thanks,
I can.
Maddie. So that's the first thing that I woke up to today, and I'm like, oh my God, we're gonna have to jump online. An intense fire just started in the Hollywood Hills.
On your right is a new fire. This is the Hollywood Hills. This is the location that we were given, 2350 North Solar Drive. That's between Nichols Canyon and Runyon Canyon in the Hollywood Hills. There are a number of homes surrounding that. Chris Christie, are you available to give us some information about this?
Mark, very concerning sight here in the Hollywood Hills. We're just west of Nichols Canyon, just north of Hollywood Boulevard, where a major fire has just sparked in the last 5 minutes. We were over the Pacific Palisades. We saw the glow coming from over the hill, and just in the last couple of minutes that it took us to get over here to Hollywood, this thing has exploded in size. You can see northerly winds coming through the canyon here, just west of Nichols, just east of Runyon Canyon, and you can see this is all very.
And what I replied back to the person, but what I was saying is that, like I said, you have no criticisms for the mayor, you have no criticisms for your governor of the state. I mean, it's just crazy to me,
They're going to have to get a quick reaction force over here as soon as possible, or more likely, LAC.
It's insane. Check this out. Now they're saying there's arsonists out there lighting fires. So this person was caught in Santa Monica.
These guys, we're at 302 Pico, and people are lighting fires now.
Take out your anger on these people. Why are you mad at me? Go walk into your streets, into your neighborhood.
See, they lit a fire. These guys,
call these people out.
Not all the people there, but some of those guys lit that fire, and they're actually the trees caught fire, and then the palms are catching fire. So civilians are now lighting fires down in the so-called, flats around Santa Monica, Venice. So be safe out there. Fire department's been dispatched. We don't have enough water to put this thing out, but we're supposedly on the way.
The other thing too, this is what they were saying. So I woke up to this morning too. They're saying Hunter Biden's Malibu home has been burned to the ground. I woke up this morning. I'm like, holy crap. There's another post about it. So they say his lavish $4 million Malibu rental is no more. Burnt down to the ground. Crazy. Hunter Biden's place. Wow. Secret Service? Burnt down. Wow. Something's going on. That's crazy. I've never seen nothing like this. Burnt to the ground. Oh, wow. And Gavin Newsom was snapping a little bit. This was last night. People are literally fleeing. Kids have lost their schools. Communities have lost their churches. Families have lost their homes. Some have even lost their lives. And President-elect, he's talking about Trump, response is to politicize it. We'll continue to focus on what matters, saving lives and putting out unprecedented fires.
People are literally fleeing. People have lost their lives. Kids lost their schools. Families completely torn asunder. Churches burned down. This guy wanted to politicize it. I have a lot of thoughts, and I know what I want to say. I won't. I stood next to a president of the United States of America today, and I was proud to be with Joe Biden, and he had the back.
Yeah, the same guy that was like, yeah, everything's burning down, but on a positive note, I have a new grandchild. Why aren't they canceling him? But these people are mad at me because I'm giving some criticisms about the leadership in California. Go over there. You live over there. Go complain or vote these people out or vote them in. Do whatever it is. Why are you mad at me?
Of every single person in this community didn't play politics, didn't try to divide any of us.
Finally, your message to the folks here, to this community.
I mean, we have their backs, and we're going to be back, and this is going to be a long recovery process. But look, we have residents moving back into Paradise, California. I've seen remarkable recovery efforts. I've seen remarkable sense of community, purpose, resilience. So, I'm not just playing the politician role of optimism. I really am long-term optimistic. But the devastation to hear people wailing and crying, concerned about their pet, their family, they're just bewildered about what they're experiencing. And again, not just experience. I was not talking past tense. This is happening in real time. 0% containment.
Crazy. And so they're saying the New York Post posted this morning saying that Trump says Governor Gavin Newsom chose to save an extinct fish instead of sending water to Southern California to fight apocalyptic wildfires. And I talked about this yesterday. I played clips about the funding that they've, I mean, it's like last night's live when we were talking about the mayor and how she took away millions of dollars from the LAFD, right? The firefighters. She took away funding from them, but this person is upset because I made some jokes and then some criticisms. She had nothing to say about this mayor, really? That defunded these people? It's crazy.
Sad because I've been trying to get Gavin Newsom to allow water to come. You'd have tremendous water up there. They send it out to the Pacific because they're trying to protect a tiny little fish, which is in
a tiny little fish
areas, by the way, called the smelt. And for the sake of the smelt, they have no water. They had no water in the fire hydrants today in Los Angeles. It was a terrible thing. And we're going to get that done. It's going to finally be done. I got it done from the federal side, and he didn't want to sign it, but it's not going to happen again like that. There's no reason. Can you imagine? You have farmers that don't have any water in California. They have plenty of water. They don't have a drought. They send it out to the Pacific, and it's crazy. So what's happening in California is a true tragedy.
I don't know. Elon Musk. One of the best and most beautiful parts of the United States of America is burning down to the ground. It's ashes. And Gavin Newsom should resign. It's all his fault. He's calling for him to resign. And it's wild to see these. I mean, I saw this too this morning. It's just crazy. Entire neighborhoods in Los Angeles no longer exist. Like, look at this shit. Isn't that crazy? Like, look, it's burnt down. Right? I don't even know what this video said, but I figured we'd watch it.
Hey, look, just real quick, for all of you in California dealing with these wildfires, I want you to know that without a doubt, 100%, this is the fault of the Democrats you elected. Because there are 4 actions taken by the Democrats that are directly responsible for why you're enduring this wildfire. The first being your state stopped clearing the brush. They didn't want to spend state money anymore on maintaining and clearing the brush that starts these wildfires. Yeah. And they figured they would save money by not doing it. And then after the wildfire, they would get federal funding to take care of all the emergency stuff. They have just decided that it's cheaper on the state to not prevent them from happening. And after they happen, use federal FEMA funds to take care of it. Reason number 2 why you're enduring these wildfires is your mayor in LA decided to cut firefighter funding by $17.5 million.
Why is it so bad when I say it? I still don't understand it. Everybody else can say it, but if I mention it, I'm unsubscribing. I'm just stating what everybody else is saying, and you can look it up, and there's articles, and I'm not concocting it up out of thin air. I don't understand.
$1 million. Now, it's less than what she wanted to cut. She wanted to cut $23 million. Okay. But yeah, she cut 17.5. Oh, and she took that money plus an additional $4 million and spent it on taking care of illegal immigrants. See, the mayor of LA decided to spend $21.8 million taking care of those people. And she was able to get most of that money from the fire department. Lastly, our government has taken money from fire departments all throughout the United States and spent them fully equipping and fully funding 16 Ukrainian fire departments. Those fire departments have reported to international media that they are fully equipped and ready for any emergency. So if you're wondering why you're dealing with these wildfires, it's because your fucking state stopped clearing the brush. Your mayor in LA cut $17.5 million of your funding and spent all that money on illegal immigrants. And all around the country, we've taken money from fire departments to make sure Ukraine is fully equipped for any emergency. Thank God it's less than 2 weeks till we have to stop dealing with this dumb shit. Except for those of you in California, you reelected the Democrats, so enjoy that.
Maybe they're just upset. I don't know. Voting the same thing in. The wins in LA. And I still couldn't, like, I'll just play the first few seconds, but I couldn't believe this last night.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today? Can you back up? Appreciate it. Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today?
She's like catatonic.
Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster?
Wow.
No apology for them? Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
Crazy. All right, crazy. And then they're saying, Cinema posted this, police have received reports of 5 men in ski masks starting fires in Studio City, California. What is going on out there? You got the looters.
All units, information only on possible arson suspects. 3506 Berry Drive. Seen about an hour ago. Suspects were 5 male unknown small builds. Wearing ski masks, black clothing on small mopeds. Incident 3603 or 1595.
People taking advantage. Or they can rob people. And look at this too. Raw Alerts posted this before and after. Burnt down. Wow. Altadena. Look at that. All the PCH, Malibu, California. My friend out there texted me yesterday and told me that he has a friend that had like a $4 million house that was burnt down. Sent me some video. Joe texted me. Arsonist starting fires in Studio City. Check it out. They get encouraged and emboldened. Contact URL, right? What URL? A lot of people were talking about that last night too with the mayor. Contact URL. What URL? And look, let me see. Here's President Trump 3 months ago on famous Joe Rogan's episode talking about how California refuses to build water reservoirs and manage their forests to prevent wildfires.
They said, we have no water. I said, do you have a drought? No, we don't have a drought. I said, why don't you have no water? Because the water isn't allowed to flow down. It's got a natural flow from Canada all the way up north of water, more water than they could ever use. And in order to protect a tiny little fish, the water up north gets routed into the Pacific Ocean. Millions and millions of gallons of water gets poured. Wow. I could have water for all of that land.
And that was literally the clip that I played last night that some of these people got so offended about, the poop the tap. the guy was saying that, like, listen, we're pouring out all this water into the oceans. We can actually use it for something, use it for some good. You know, not my preference, but honestly, I think we might all be drinking poop to tap. It's a California joke, you know, but it's also there's truth in the joke, kind of, you know. And so all this water is being dumped out, and some of these people decided, you know what, let's do something instead of wasting all this water into the oceans. That's what you need in California, like innovation. But these people that are there that keep voting for the same thing, they're so stuck in their ways. And they're suffering, and they still don't get it. They still don't get it. They just let's just keep doing the same thing over and over, and keep letting criminals get away. Now they finally up their the criminal statute for like robbing, stealing. I forgot we talked about it recently. They upped something recently. At some point, you got to put your foot down. You know, at some point, you got to put your foot down. I know people that live there, and they tell me they're tired of this shit. Yeah.
The water up north gets routed into the Pacific Ocean. Millions and millions of gallons of water gets poured. I could have water for all of that land, water for your forests. You know, your forests are dry as a bone.
Yeah,
okay?
Dangerous.
That water could be routed. You know, you could have everything. Oh, not only dangerous, billions of dollars a year they spend on forest fires. And, you know, there's a case with the environment. They're not allowed to rake their forests because you're not allowed to touch it. And all they have to do is clean their forest, meaning rake it up, get rid of the leaves, get rid of, you know, leaves that are sitting there for 5 years. And
we'll certainly get rid of the dead fall.
And get rid of the trees that are fallen.
Yeah.
That, you know, are like, they said.
I don't know. So, I mean, this has been a topic of conversation for a while. Nothing new. This is nothing new. All right. Maggie, thank you for the 5. I recently read a book where tea attacks were fires being started all over, really. Scary seeing the reports of people starting fires now. Yeah, that's a thing, too. We got to find out who these people are, why they're lighting up these fires. If Trump really wants it, we'll give you Quebec. Moskowitz, thank you, Julie. We got to catch up. I hope you're doing good. Let me play some of the audio here from the news now.
Hearst fire that is burning in Sylmar. It is now 10% contained. CAL FIRE says it's burned about 850 acres. That fire started on Tuesday night near the 210, 5, and 14 freeways. This is an area where many people have horses, and they had to quickly get them out of harm's way because this fire was initially
why you guys
being
doing
pushed
that?
out. The strong winds that were pushing all the fires yesterday. Evacuation orders are still in effect in this area, but the situation is definitely looking better this morning.
Palisades fire destroyed or damaged several historic buildings at Will Rogers State Historic Park and Topanga State Park. Both were closed as a precaution shortly after the fire broke Tuesday morning. State Park officials shared these photos of the historic ranch house at Will Rogers. As you can see, it has been completely leveled down to its foundation. They were able to evacuate some horses there as well and save some of the cultural artifacts. The Topanga Ranch.
There's some conspiracy people. What's this guy saying? Are the LA fires fake? I don't. There's no fake in that.
I'll be the first to say it. These LA fires are not natural fires. They're being intentionally done just like Hawaii. I spent
well, maybe not. I don't know. Somebody could have started.
Tons and tons of hours there today. I filmed all of it. I'm going to show you right now. These fires are created intentionally. And it is not a coincidence that it's at the same time as some random windstorm in LA.
I spent hours riding around the fires looking at everything. Here's some random clips throughout the night. You can see all the houses on fire, buildings on fire, trees on fire. A lot of chaos, a lot of damage. Now this is the clip to really watch. You can see that whole house in the back is on fire, and this car parked in front of it has been completely melted into the ground, burnt to a crisp. But something interesting is the tree that hangs directly above it doesn't seem to be affected at all. Still has all those green leaves on it, nothing burnt, completely intact. Even the grass fully surrounding this car has no singe marks. It's green grass, untouched. Even that expensive, nice landscaping in the background seems to be untouched. That tree is immediately above this car. How can those leaves not have been affected by flames big enough and strong enough to burn that car down? If the flames are big enough to burn the car, they're clearly big enough to touch that tree. Yet those leaves seem perfectly intact. It seems more like it was a targeted strike of sorts, just like in Hawaii, not a natural disaster.
How about that?
Evacuation orders are still in effect in both of these areas. This is still a dangerous situation, and we're anticipating that the winds are going to pick up once again today. We're going to have much more on your forecast in just a few moments. We do want to let everyone know that many schools are closed, including every single school in the LA Unified School District, the second largest school district in the country. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of kids. The superintendent made that announcement last night, feeling it was more prudent for the safety of kids and staff at the schools. We'll get an update on all the fires burning in our area right around 8 o'clock this morning. That's when there's going to be a news conference with firefighters, law enforcement, elected officials. And as soon as that begins, we will bring that to you live.
All right, we want to get back to NBC4's John Caddy's Clean-Mac. John, you're covering the Palisades.
Yeah, the media is so funny, right? The way I think that's another thing. People are just so tired of media. And so somebody called out these people here. Anchor says, despite what you've heard, no firefighters have told us they're running out of water. And then apparently they cut to somebody saying they've run out of water.
Former LA mayoral candidate and real estate developer Rick Caruso criticizing the city's response to the windstorm and fires. He says officials should have been more prepared.
And it's funny, you can't even criticize these people. Right, they get mad.
Real
You can't even
issue
criticize
to me
them.
is twofold. We've had decades to go remove the brush in these hills that spreads so quickly. And the second is, you got to have water. And my understanding is the reservoir was not refilled in time and in a timely manner to keep the hydrants going.
Yeah.
So that's a failure, whether on DWP's part or another city agency. But this is basic stuff. This isn't high science here. And it's all about leadership and management that we're seeing a failure of. And all of these residents are paying the ultimate price for that.
Despite what you have heard from Caruso, no firefighters have told us that they are running out of water.
And let's go out to Gigi Graciette. She is live in Pacific Palisades. I know your signal's not the best, but Gigi, what can you tell us?
Well, firefighters have told me they have no water on.
That's why people don't trust these mainstream people anymore. That's why they've lost all kind of credibility. You know, it's insane. But yeah, be upset about the people that are criticizing and telling the truth about the situations that are going on out there, right? It makes no sense.
Water on this house from the sides and from the back end as well, but it's not doing much. Obviously, there's no way to save this home anymore, but what they're trying to do is to mitigate the embers that continue to fly up from this. Unfortunately, when they use the hose, sometimes more of the embers fly even further. So, they got to keep an eye on what's happening here. But the wind, thank goodness, has been minimal throughout the morning. We've seen just a little bit of gusts come through, but beyond that, it's been pretty steadily calm in this area, which is certainly going to help firefighters as they work their way throughout the day, get those air attacks started as the sun starts to rise. They may be able to get a little bit more of a handle on this, but it's just wild to come up here and see, we're on 3 days of this, and you're still seeing new homes catch fire and burn while this Palisades fire continues to burn. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, John, as we say goodbye to you, I do want to, you can see how beautiful this home is from the front. We're watching it burn, but let's go back to the iPad so I can show you. We noticed before that it said it was for lease. It's a $25,000 a month lease for this property, and I'm going to zoom in and show you how close it is to the ocean, but you can see how massive this property is. It's 5 bedrooms, 5 baths, 4,500 square feet. So this is what we're looking at. It's hard to tell that from the front facade because you're just seeing mostly the garage and the entryway, but this is a massive home that is still burning.
And you can see the view there. John was pointing out that normally to have a really good view of the ocean, and this really gives you an idea of what normally the view would be there. And I was trying to explain earlier that this is somewhat near the Los Leones trail. It's a very popular trail that a lot of hikers and people check out because of the views. But once again, you're seeing the damage done, the extensive damage done to this neighborhood. And as John had mentioned, Marquez Charter School, he believes it's gone. I do believe the superintendent said that is one of multiple schools throughout Southern California that have been destroyed.
Yeah, it's just a really tough thing to see. Okay, we'll continue to check in with our crews who are out in the field. 5:35 right now. NBC4's Lauren Coronado is also covering the other major wildfire.
And I wanted to say this. Here are all the celebrities that lost their homes. Let's see what's up with this.
Area. This is where you would go if you were on a tour bus trying to get a glimpse of a celebrity. We learned this morning that Heidi Montag and Spencer Pratt from The Hills have lost their home. They posted several videos of them having to evacuate and then shared that their home is now ash. Spencer also updated and posted that his parents even lost their home. It's also been announced that Anna Faris unfortunately lost her home, as did Adam Brody and his wife Leighton Meester. Both of their homes have again been reduced to rubble. This was a shot of Adam and Leighton's home as it was under fire. And this is the end result of Anna Faris and Spencer and Heidi's homes. All My Children star Cameron Matheson also announced that he lost his home as well, and they have lived in this home since 2012. Wow. We know Paris Hilton lost her Malibu beach house.
Oh, Paris Hilton
Fergie
too?
uploaded a photo of her house in flames.
Wow. That's interesting. Fergie too, Paris Hilton.
Ricky Lake uploaded several pictures of her dream home, which she also lost today. James Wood posted a picture.
James Woods, we've been talking about. Oh, sorry.
All the celebrities who have either lost their homes in the LA fires or Hilton lost her Malibu beach. Several pictures of her. Posted a picture of his house with the deck just catching fire. Jamie Lee Curtis shared a photo and said, "My community and possibly my home is currently on fire, but my family and friends are safe." Jennifer Love Hewitt shared a photo of them evacuating and said,
"That's interesting. I didn't know that many celebrities got their houses burned down. Mother Nature. Maybe some people say it's God.
Basically, everything they love, their whole neighborhood is gone." Jennifer Grey from Dirty Dancing has lost her home. Kate Beckinsale basically said the same thing. The whole neighborhood is gone. She said, "The shock at the whole of the Palisades being destroyed is unthinkably horrific. My daughter and I lived there for most of her childhood, and most of her childhood is now gone. Her primary school, every shop or restaurant we used to go to with my parents and Michael's parents, and devastatingly, most of her friends' homes. My heart is broken." As for those that have evacuated, we know several have had to leave their homes. No word yet if their homes are still standing. We know Ben Affleck evacuated and he went to his ex's, Jennifer Garner, who lives close to him, but yet has not had to evacuate at this moment. Mandy Moore had also shared an upload of her evacuating her home, and she said, "My children's school is gone. Our favorite restaurants are leveled. So many friends and families have lost everything. Our community is broken, but we will be here to rebuild together. Sending love to all affected and on the front lines trying to get this under control." We know Eugene Levy had to evacuate, and he said he was basically stuck when he left his home because of all the thick black smoke. Mark Hamill as well announced his evacuation from Travis Barker's children, Landon and Alabama.
Travis Barker.
Alabama both uploaded on their Travis Barker's children, Landon and Alabama both uploaded on their social medias that they've been evacuated from both of their homes. Maria Shriver also posted saying, "Heartbreaking, devastating, beyond belief. Everything is gone. Our neighborhood, our restaurants, everything." Unfortunately, most of the fires that are raging right now are not under control, and experts are saying it's probably going to get worse because of the winds currently happening.
Okay. So there's some people out there that are very, upset for the celebrities. They're hurt. They're crying. They're donating the last bits of money to the celebrities. People are upset. Not about the regular people and the people's pets and all that stuff, but the celebrities. Bro. Yo, the Babylon Bee. Is your wife planning to murder you? Look for these red flags. I should probably read this. She listens to your podcast about wives murdering their husbands. She always says things like, "If you died, would you want me to remarry?" She has a large collection of Stanley tumblers that are heavy and sturdy and would make a great blunt weapon. Her Amazon wish list includes hydrofluoric acid in large plastic barrels. She keeps encouraging you to get COVID-19 vaccine. Well, that's never happening. That's not even on the list. She asks you to lie down in the trunk of her car. She has an oddly specific fitness goal of being able to deadlift exactly your body weight. She's planned a romantic date to that old abandoned mine on the outskirts of town. Yeah, you'll never. I've heard of stories like that. Let's go out to the woods tonight. Hell nah. She books you a window seat ticket to the Alaska Airlines. She's currently sharpening an axe on the kitchen counter. Holy shit. Okay. All right.
And now they're standing by trying to make sure that that continues to stay the case, that their home is still safe, because we're seeing a lot of homes that are still threatened right now. Firefighters now working to put out some hot spots at this home right now, because we're still seeing a lot of debris, piles of debris smoldering right now. And you got to hand it to these firefighters who aren't taking any breaks. We saw a lot of firefighters trying to rush from one place to the next. We have two other reporters who are actually covering the Altadena fire here, the Eaton fire, which is burning more than 10,000 acres.
Thank you.
And
Paralegal.
there are three of us on the ground, and it's like we can't keep up with all of the fires that are continuing to spark in homes, in schools, backyards, just like this. You think of the homeowners that we're keeping top of mind, that we're trying to just be ultra sensitive for, because you can only imagine. We've talked to a lot of homeowners. We've had to deliver a lot of bad news to homeowners who've lost their homes, and we should add many of them. When I was in Pacific Palisades yesterday, many of those homeowners we talked to, so gracious and so kind, despite what they're dealing with, still trying to stay positive and thanking us for our coverage. We're doing our best to deliver what we can and keep you guys posted in real time with what's happening here on the ground as we continue to cover all of these fires. Lynette, Adrian, we'll send it back to you.
Lauren, at this time yesterday, you were out covering the Palisades fire out to the west, and today you're assigned to the Altadena fire. Can you compare and contrast what you're seeing on the ground between these two fires?
Yeah, yesterday was a whole different story, because that was during the peak of the winds. It was a complete windstorm, roaring fires in Pacific Palisades. It was intense. Embers were flying everywhere. Huge improvement today. A big improvement in terms of wind when it comes to conditions. Yesterday, homes were collapsing in front of us. Fires were roaring. Today, we're seeing more utility crews out. We're seeing gas companies working to put out gas lines to make sure to turn the gas off, I should say, because they were telling us that was fueling some of the fires, some of the homes, that they just couldn't contain those fires, obviously. So they were working to do that. So I would say we're starting to see more utility crews. We're starting to get a better idea of the destruction. We're seeing more smoldering debris. However, we're still seeing active flames. We're still seeing new homes, new structures burn, which you don't see often. Usually when we're covering these fires, it's one day of intense destruction. But this time around, it feels like there's still more destruction, new destruction, and that's just really sad, because right when you think as a homeowner, hey, my home made it, my home's safe, some homes are still threatened. Right. And I think that's why it's so important that we stay on top of it and that we continue to explore these neighborhoods and make sure that we have our resources.
So there's some new news coming out. That's what I'm trying to do. It's like, while I'm here covering what's going on, but also bringing the breaking news. And so, so they're saying 5 people have been killed, confirmed. And this is one of the victims, they're saying now. Victim of LA fire was found holding a hose from trying to save his family home of 55 years. I really do feel bad for these people. I sympathize. Having a home for so long in the family. It was the Eaton fire. He was found, I guess, dead, holding a hose, trying to save his family home of 55 years. The charred remains of Victor Shaw, 66 years old, was found Wednesday morning by a family friend outside of the Monterose Avenue home he lived in with his younger sister, Shari Shaw. Shari said she tried to get her brother to evacuate Tuesday night as the fast-moving inferno closed in, but as she was going out the door, Victor told her he wanted to stay behind and fight the fire despite having health problems that limited his mobility. Ah, man. When I went back in and yelled out his name, he didn't reply, and I had to get out because embers were so big and flying like a firestorm. I had to save myself. So, not worth it. I understand people. I understand because some people have fought the fires successfully. Some of these people have fought the fire and helped their neighbors. It's a noble thing. But at the end of the day, it's not worth it. It really isn't worth your life. You know, it isn't worth how many more years you could have lived. Really, really sad, though. Very sad. Man wants to protect his castle. Understandable, but not necessarily wise. Like I said, I totally get. I can imagine having a home. I don't know what that's like. Like buying your own home and like generationally, your family. I mean, it's like my mother's house. Kids and family comes to visit there in years and years, and maybe you pass it down to other family members, and it's been and now it's burning down. You know, like it's crazy. You know, and so I get that as as a man wanting to fight and protect. It's your castle, it's your home, it's all that. But it's not. At the end of the day, it's not worth losing your life over. But I guess there's risks in life. But I guess at the end of the day, it's not worth it.
Wind shelter locations got those winds. But this time around, if you live in those wind-prone locations, you're going to feel the stronger winds. But I don't want you to let your guard down. We're all under that red flag warning. We still have ongoing fire and wind dangers. A high wind warning has been reissued. And of course, that hazardous air quality from the fires that are burning, and also because of the structures that are burning and all the chemicals that are in the air and materials as well. Yesterday, we had extreme fire conditions over the LA, Ventura County mountains. Today, this is what the outlook looks like. It's critical, especially over the mountains of San Fernando Valley and the Inland Empire, because these are the areas where we're going to experience the stronger winds. But we also have elevated fire conditions around the Ventura County mountains, all the way to the Grapevine and even the desert slopes. Here's that red flag warning. We're going into day 4 of red flag warning conditions all across Southern California. And we're going to go one more day because this doesn't expire until tomorrow afternoon. And it's the combination of those strong winds, the very low humidity, and the very dry fuel moisture. We have had a dismal rainfall season. It started October the 1st. We've only had 0.16 around this time of year. The average rainfall is closer to 5 inches. We are really far from that. On top of that fire.
We got to check on Brian Enton too later on today because he's out there live. And again, like I said, for the new people that joined, this was so crazy to me. I literally rolled out of bed this morning. I was getting myself situated, checking for the updates, and this is the first thing I saw today.
Yes, I can hear you. So the family with the poor little girl who was.
There's a fire happening right now.
Say that again?
Why is there a fire happening right now?
There are multiple fires that are taking place.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
It's in the news though. You're supposed to know.
Well, I don't know how it started. We don't know how it started. There,
I think
winds.
It's all the gay people in LA.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
We got the
unacceptable. Gina, the.
Oh my God. Okay. Wow. You can't say that on a news broadcast. Oh man, they must have been crawling inside themselves. Oh shit! Take it down. Take it down.
Businesses and structures standing, some
so
not.
Stupid.
Can I just say, just to Gigi's story there is something going on. She's moved around a lot for us to give us a really good idea of what's going on in Palisades on the ground there. And there's something going on behind her. And every single shot. And she's been in different locations, whether it's a burned out car, whether it's ash flying down. Now, you know, there was an alarm a few moments ago, and now you see the sirens and the police lights right behind her. It's chaos.
Yeah, the destruction is vast. We want to show you some apps that you can use to keep yourself updated with the latest information about wildfires and evacuation centers. First, our app here, it's the Fox Local app. We have live continuous coverage for you, and we'll bring you the very latest information from the news conference to live pictures of the fire. Also, we want to tell you about the Watch Duty app. This is a nonprofit run app to help you navigate the fire ravaging the area. It gives you an update on the fires near you, evacuation notices and evacuation centers that you might need to evacuate to. Another resource app is the Genesis with the YS. This gives you the latest information on fires and evac centers as well.
Yeah, that's also a really good app, you know, when it comes to like, what zone am I in? And some people still are like confused about that, and they go on the official sites and they look at the information, and they're not sure if this pertains to them. And that app is really helpful.
Hypnotize? Okay, I'm gonna check it out.
Planet Fitness, just when it comes to other help out there for you, they're stepping up to help people impacted by wildfires. The company has announced that they're actually opening up showers, locker rooms, even massage loungers, Wi-Fi, and you can charge your devices at all of its open locations in LA County. Okay, so this is...
So hypnotizes lobsters. Am I saying that right? Yeah, hypnotizes lobsters. I really appreciate the call yesterday. Really nice. I'm sorry that we got this weird thing where I got kicked off the live stream, but she's saying that her cousin posted a quick photo of her family home in Altadena, and they think supposedly that her house is still standing. So very, very lucky if that's the case. Very lucky, because Altadena has been catching hell with these fires, which is honestly a miracle. I've seen many TikToks of people driving through the neighborhood, and a majority of the homes and businesses are completely burned and gutted. That's what I've seen with Altadena. So I hope that's the case. Very lucky, very blessed if the house is still standing. Holy crap.
Resource for victims of natural man-made disasters to contact if they are experiencing anxiety, stress, or other emotional distress. Callers can talk with a trained counselor 24/7. The number you can call or text is 800-985-5990. DoorDash has activated its severe weather protocol to pause operations in affected areas. DoorDash first suspended operations in impacted areas of Los Angeles and surrounding the Pacific Palisades, including Santa Monica, Westwood, Brentwood, Calabasas, Pasadena's, and other areas. As conditions got worse, DoorDash suspended service in San Fernando, Santa Clarita, and Northridge, and will continue to adjust operations as necessary.
Airbnb.org is offering free temporary housing to the fire's hardest hit areas. The company just announced they're actually partnering with 211 LA to identify people
I've already covered
in
that,
greatest need of temporary housing in the Altadena, Malibu, Pacific Palisades, Pasadena, Santa Monica, and also Sylmar area. So they're asking if you're impacted to contact 211 LA, then you can through them reach back out to coordinate the free housing. You can.
Pearl Jam said that The View is going to have an aneurysm with that clip, the LA clip I just played. That's probably, yeah.
Sign up. In case you're wondering, hosts who sign up to share your home, you get damage protection and liability insurance for each booking. They basically already have this community of houses of people who are signed up to Airbnb.org, which is kind of their charity organization. They offer, you know, free and discounted rates during tragedies. And so this is going to be really helpful for free to people dealing with this. Just on that note, Uber and Lyft are offering free rides to people going to shelters. I saw the Queen Mary in Long Beach saying that they're there to support, offering different things, discounts, and waiving fees. SpaceX also jumping in to provide free Starlink terminals when it comes to Wi-Fi. So it's a very big deal, right? Lots of different aspects of help out there for people.
Yeah, community coming together.
There are many power outages across Southern California because of these wildfires.
Well, this morning we spoke to an official from SoCal Edison with
100 feet away and call 911.
You can see that link right there on your screen. If you want to keep up with power outages, go to sce.com/outage center.
All right, let's send things over to Samad at 544 this morning to talk a little bit about this win, the changes that we've been seeing, the changes that are on the way. Good morning.
And we certainly have been talking about the big wind event that brought in the catastrophic conditions yesterday. Within 24 hours, a stark difference from wind gusts that reached hurricane force to now today, or at least at this hour, winds are more relaxed on the calm side. And that stability is providing firefighters the help that they need to look for spot fires or flare-ups and really get a better handle on areas like the Palisades fire that is actively burning, 0% containment there, and locations in the Eaton fire area. Also, our firefighters are working tirelessly to help.
So they're saying that, and by the way, if you watch me, just know that we're going to go through all the shit. When I'm covering something, most of the time, like, this is what happens. Most of the time, people, after I cover something and I'm on for hours, for the next 24 to 48 hours, people are like, did you see this? Did you see that? Hey, Mel, this or that. We covered everything hours ago, like fucking a day ago. We are covering the live breaking news. And so a lot, you don't know how many times, and I appreciate it. I'm not like trying to hate on it because sometimes people send me things and it's useful. And especially on Twitter, people are tagging me as I'm live. But you'd be surprised to the people that watch me. They'd be like, yo, did you see this? Did you see that? Did you see this? Did you see that? I'm like, yeah, I covered it 24 hours ago. We're done and beyond that. You guys are still catching up. Some of these streamers are still catching up. We've covered this shit a long time ago. Okay. But thank you though. And so I saw this. I wanted to see this. Megyn Kelly apparently goes off on they're calling it the DEI fire chief. I want to see this. I like Megyn Kelly. But yeah, if you're watching me and you've actually hung throughout the live streams and you listened, a majority of the shit that they're mentioning 10, 12, 16 hours later, we've already covered it. Been there, done that. You know, and this has been for years. It's not something that just happened yesterday. For years. Been there, done that, covered it 24, 48 hours ago.
Fire chief is gay.
What? No! I can't. I'm trying to grasp this morning. What?
Who gives a shit if the fire chief is
okay. Who gives a shit if she's gay?
Gay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but who gives a flying fig about who she likes to sleep with? Can you fight the fucking fires, madam? That's the
Yo, she snapped. I didn't know she went up like this.
Relevant question. We don't care about your lady parts, and we don't care who you want having access to them. Can you fight fires? Can you make sure there's water in the fire hydrants when you realize in Ventura County this is a massive problem? When you realize that California is going through a drought where they haven't had rain in weeks and months, I don't care who turns you on. And you know why they have only 100 women in a squad of 3,300? Because women tend to be smaller and not as strong. And
oh my God, she's going
unless you lower the requirements to become a firefighter, most women can't pass the test. This is an absurdity. This is just like the Secret Service and what happened with Trump. We needed all these women in there who weren't even tall enough to protect the 6'3" president. Under this woman, Ms. Crowley, the department created a diversity, equity, and inclusion bureau to train firefighters not on refilling the hydrants or what to do when they're empty, but on the importance of DEI.
Shit, I just lost 100 subs. Damn, Megyn Kelly was snapping. I didn't see that until now. Wow. I don't care either what their orientation is or who she's sleeping with. I just want to know if you're capable for the job. That's all I care about. You know, that's it. Let me see what else there is. There's so much stuff going on. I mean, I woke up to all this stuff today. It's kind of crazy. There was a fight on The View today. I don't know if this has anything to do with the fires, though. That's the only thing. Probably not. I'm curious to see what they're going to say about the fires.
Every person at this table gets hate speech directed at them every day. No one is encouraging.
I guess no one gets to finish a sentence here anymore. Okay.
No, I think the point Alyssa's making here is she is a free speech.
Don't speak for her. She speaks very well for herself.
No, but
I'm not doing
we
that.
We all act like we're for free speech when it's the things we like. When somebody wants to defend the free speech of people we disagree with,
that is not true. I don't want you calling me. I don't want people to call
me to be able to push limits.
Listen, comedy does push limits, but be smarter in your comedy. You don't need to offend me to be funny. I don't need to offend you to be funny. And so there are
tends to be offensive and push boundaries,
not
question
that's
governments.
Actually not necessarily true. The best comedy doesn't always tend to be.
Oh my God. Okay. What a mess. What a mess. The View. Having some fights and stuff, I guess. Let's see what else is going on. Mysterious explosions in the clouds spotted over south central LA. Was it an experiment or a phenomena? Oh man. You guys tell me. Hold on. Let's see what's going on here. Oh shit.
What the fuck?
What was that? That was weird. I don't know. Maybe it was that munitions explosion. I don't know. Wow. That was weird.
1,000 structures to ashes. With zero containment, the blaze continues to force tens of thousands to stay away under mandatory evacuations. There are another 13,000 buildings in the path of danger.
Winds are driving multiple blazes all across LA County. Many of, Samana, Maria talked a lot about anticipating these unprecedented Santa Ana winds, which are not helping to take down these fires. In Eaton Canyon, above Altadena, 5 people have died. This fire has exploded to over 10,000 acres. Some 100 structures are destroyed, and more than 32,000 people are under evacuation orders, including residents in parts of Pasadena and Altadena. The Eaton fire is at a 0% containment. Winds that drove the flames are easing, though, we do want to tell you, at this hour.
And the Hearst fire in Sylmar has now burned 855 acres. It's now 10% contained. That is the good news this morning. The fire started near the 5 and 210 freeways. It forced evacuations across the region. More than 44,000 people in order to leave their homes. Evacuation zones extend to Santa Clarita and the Newhall Pass. And a massive fire erupted just last night in Studio City. Flames engulfing this 4-story home as you can watch it collapse.
Jeez. Oh, thank you. Yo, Bama, thank you so much.
Sunswept Drive. The fire then spread to nearby.
Starting the morning strong. Thank you so much. This is for everyone that left. Deuces. Deuces.
Mulholland Drive, as well as Coldwater Canyon Avenue and Ventura Boulevard are now advised to remain prepared for any possible evacuation.
Private firefighters. Whoa, what is that? Private firefighters guard this Hollywood Hills house from Sunset Fire. They've set up sprinklers to cascade water from the 2nd-story eaves. They will guard all night. Sarah sent me this. This is interesting. I mean, if I'm a celebrity and have all that money, I'd probably get some private firefighters too. Why didn't all these other celebrities do that? Hold on, they're saying private firefighters. Damn. Okay. Got a squad out there setting up and preparing or preventing the fire in this house. Look at that shit. Okay, all right, I see you. Look at this shit. Yeah, spend a couple $1,000s. If you're making a lot of money like that, you might as well protect your house and your property and your investment. You can sell it later, whatever, for more. Wow. The shortage of firefighters has led to Altadena residents taking matters into their own hands to save their homes by filling trash cans with water. Wow, dude, check this out. Hold on. Check this out. I mean, crazy. Look at that.
These guys are filling this trash can with water from a neighbor's pool on Halston and Altadena, and you can see they are running over to try to stop these flames from spreading. You can see next door, this home completely engulfed in flames, still burning. This one gone, but they're trying to keep the flames from spreading to this other house right next door. They're doing a really good job. This is
On Scene TV, let's go.
Iconic Hollywood spots like the Hollywood Walk of Fame, Chinese Theater, Dolby Theater, also the Capitol Records building. But again, majority of the evacuation orders are now lifted this morning while fire crews continue to battle the fire. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Coco, thank you very much. Stay safe out there, and of course, we'll check in with you in just a little bit.
All right, for now, let's go over to Stu because he is overhead giving us a picture of what I believe is the Palisades fire. Stu, it's actually, it's so good to talk to you, not only because you offer some fantastic perspective for all of our viewers out there, but also because you weren't allowed to fly yesterday for the majority of the morning because of all these Santa Ana winds, and it does appear that the picture is slightly changing this morning. You weren't allowed to fly yesterday for the majority of the morning because of all these Santa Ana winds, and it does.
You know, biggest story, and I'm sidelined and watching you guys doing some great reporting. I enjoyed the watch, but I was upset that I couldn't be here. Taking a look at that, as you said it, the Palisades fire. All that active flame has made their way up onto this hillside up here, but there's still a lot of active flame. And it was interesting because just what we're seeing right now, a lot of folks are just tuning in. Moments ago, it looked a little bit different, and then there was a huge gust of wind apparently down there on the ground, and it changed everything instantly. And it just shows you how quickly that fire behavior can change with the gust of a wind. Right now, though, the smoke is kind of making its way due south. It was actually kind of going a little bit out to the west earlier on, so there definitely was just moments ago a change in that wind. Those embers, they're dropping down and they're falling into these neighborhoods down here. I'm going to show you just what the firefighters are dealing with, but on a kind of a micro scale. Look at that. That right there, that is new growth for that fire, and it is in a low spot, so that fire definitely going to start growing up here and the terrain going to start rising. There are some homes nearby, but these homes pretty much at a distance farther away than it really seems to look. I'd say probably about a mile from the nearest home. Actually, just noticing that right there. I believe that's going to be some sort of fire vehicle, so they are aware of what's going on, and they probably are taking a peek at that hot spot. I'm going to bring up the map real quick, showing the viewers kind of what's going on and where a lot of this stuff is. This is going to be, excuse me, right there. This is going to be very, very close to the Brentwood area, but still technically the Palisades. As I pan down over here, this is going to be the areas where Gigi's at and other of our crews, and a lot of that devastation. Those 1,000 homes that were destroyed, I would venture to say they're going to be somewhere right here in this area, because you can see how it is all darkness, and this would be an area that usually would be lit up, much like you see on a lot of what we show, those wide shots of the city, but right now all in darkness due to all those homes being destroyed. Hot spots that have been popping up, I believe that is going to be an actual structure right there. We've been seeing this all morning long. A lot of times there's going to be too much smoke in the area where you really can't see what is burning, but this one, if you look, you can clearly
it's
see
6 in the morning right now in Cali,
some
guys.
sort of structure right there, and
it's early
they
in Cali.
actually have some firefighters nearby. This is actually very dynamic and something that we have not seen in Southern California in a very, very long time. And of course, with the map, you can kind of get an idea where this is. When the sun comes up, we're going to be able to kind of see more of that, the areas that have been devastated. These hot spots continue to pop up. All the fire departments that are down there, I can't even really say for sure which fire department is actually battling those flames, because we have so many multiple agencies down there helping to keep these homes safe, the ones that have not yet burned. But the fires fight still very, very active and very sporadic. Even though the winds are a little bit lighter, it is still a very sporadic firefight. But the bulk of the fire right now up on that hillside, up on those hills, but that's still technically in the Palisades. And those homes that you see nearby, those are about a mile away. But I can tell you, if that was was my house or I knew somebody that lived
I'd be
there,
worried.
I would be concerned. I'm sure they are
for
as
sure.
well.
That's not that far off.
Firefighters, they know about it. Aerial support coming back apparently as day breaks, and we've been watching those helicopters, but we're very, very hopeful now that we have lighter winds. These winds have not stopped, but just lighter winds. We're going to be able to see some of those fixed wings. We'll see those big Phos-Check drops and hopefully see those super scoopers picking up water from the ocean. It's just a short hop over here to these flames. Hopefully they'll get a lot of this in check this afternoon.
Yes, Stu, I mean, I know the hope is that firefighters are able to turn a corner today, a bit of a corner with the weather conditions slightly improving. We saw yesterday, last night, when firefighters did that Phos-Check drop in the Sunset Fire, it really, really made a difference. And I think that's what we were severely missing yesterday.
Definitely, and and it's all because of the winds, and it could, there's a lot of factors involved as well. Is it just the aircraft limitations? That could be part of it, but it also is how effective is that. Excuse me, how effective is that drop in those high winds? When those winds are blowing really, really hard, the helicopters might be able to get in there, but when they drop that water, it just kind of mists around. It might be helpful, but it's not doing the job that it could be doing, and that's what makes it so difficult with these lighter winds happening, because the wind event is still active. With these lighter winds, we're probably going to see more helicopters dropping water and more of those big aircraft, the fixed wings, dropping water, and hopefully, like you said, they're going to turn that corner. We're going to see a lot less of this, a little bit more of hot spots, and of course a lot more people in these neighborhoods out here breathing a little easier.
And that's just this is just such a needed part of the response effort.
I don't know. I was tagged on this multiple times, tagged on this on Twitter. They need to give y'all a refund. I don't know what's going on. The world is going crazy. Let's tap into this for a second. They need to give y'all a refund. Full video of bird incident on Carnival Cruise. What's happening?
Get the fuck out! Oh shit!
Oh.
They need to give y'all a refund. Oh my God! These motherfuckers. Man, look at that shit, man.
Wow.
They gonna close my door so they can fly it in the hallway.
What's up with that?
7376.
Go close the door.
Oh my God.
You ain't scared of birds. See, he ain't scared of them.
Close his balcony. Close his balcony.
How did it even happen?
Take the chair.
I got you, baby. Oh, shit, baby. You better hurry up. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Man, that was my room full of goddamn birds.
Oh, shit. Baby, you okay? Baby, where you at? Oh, my God, baby, where you at? Oh, baby. Oh, my. Yo.
Okay, that's weird. Interesting. Unrelated, but I don't know how that happened. Praying for everyone affected by the California fires. Yeah, it's really bad, man. Like I said, I've never covered anything like this bad, these fires.
Are you evacuating? Are you okay? Oh my gosh, are you okay?
Yeah, I just leave my car right there.
Where's your car?
The cop said you have to leave, and I leave my car right there because.
So, what happened?
There's a lot of fire right there. That's why the people coming. They leave the car. And
they said to get out of your car? Okay. Did they tell you to get out of your car?
all right. We had to people walking down the street because the fire came right down to the road, and the fire department came up and said, "Get out of your cars now," because the fires were right up against the cars.
Comes another group of people. Hi. Were you guys told to get out of your cars as well? How far up were you?
At the corner of Palisades Drive and Sunset. We had to all get out of our cars.
Okay, and did you see, I can walk with you, did you see the flames coming?
Oh, yeah. The palm tree was on fire at the corner. Oh, so it's really bad.
All right, where are you headed now?
I think towards the water, probably.
Okay, all right. And how close were the flames to your home? What happened?
Right there, it's right there, the flame, I mean, it's right there right now. It's on the side of the hill. We don't know what's going on. We can see the home from the sunset. So.
Okay, all right, thank you so much.
Yes.
Stay put, I think so. All right, so it's kind of chaotic here, to say the least. We've got people jumping into cars. Were told up the road to get out of their car. So people are stepping in and helping. Sir, they want you to get in the car. You can keep going. Do you know them?
Yes, they're my neighbors.
Okay. And so you're helping out, saying this is an evacuation order, get down toward the beach. They've repeated it several times. You see all these cars, the police cars clearing people out, shouting on the loudspeakers to get out. You can see on the side of the roads, people walking down, covering their faces. So something's happening right above us. I think the fire is just right there, but again, I can't read the sign, and my IFB has fallen out of my ear again. But again, very scary situation here. Very, very windy. Now they're turning around, going back that way. But here's some more people. It looks like they had to evacuate quickly. No? Okay. All right. They're...
Wow. And let me see some more here. 91-year-old resident speaks out losing his home.
Still, parts of it have flames still burning here. It's been going all morning long. He's been here for 60 years, raised his kids in this house. I mean, what are you feeling when you see your house like this now?
What you say?
How do you feel looking at this morning?
I'm going to break down again. That's what I feel. It's my whole life.
Everything was in there. So lost everything.
You shape up. You're supposed to be a support. Anyway, I'm okay. I'll be okay. I'm tough, and we'll start over. Even though I'm 91 years old, I'll start over again.
Yeah. And what is your message to your neighbors that are going to be coming back just like you?
I would say that whatever happens to their property, we're just glad that they're safe and they've survived this along with us. And
thank you for all the personnel that are here that are fighting the fire. It's just amazing, and thank you to all of them and to you for spreading the news, even though it's bad.
And seeing some of these properties that have been left leveled, just completely gone here this morning. Live in Altadena, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Mario, I mean, one thing that took me by surprise when you first said this business is listed as, you have to go by what the business is being listed as, because it is so badly burned that it's unrecognizable.
Absolutely. There are a few businesses we've been trying to figure out. It looks like there may have been a film production site just across the street, a little business, a pet store up the street that may have been impacted as well. We could easily see the Bank of America signage up the street. That building burned yesterday. So, yeah, it's definitely hard to tell, but I assume as the sun comes up, we'll definitely get a better idea of more of that damage here in Altadena.
Oh, thank you so much, Mario, for being out there for us. We'll check in with you in just a little bit. I think the point you raised, Jen, about stuff being unrecognizable, I think many structures that people have come to know in these communities that have been hallmarks of the community are no longer there.
That's right, especially in the Palisades. You know, you're talking about Palisades Village and some of these places that people go to every day. The library, the places that people come together and pray or to read books or even just talk. It's all gone, and I think it's going to really change the fabric and the DNA of some of these communities.
It's one of the top 20 most destructive fires in California history, based on the amount of structures that have been destroyed. And with that, we're going to go to Gigi.
Mel and Jen, you said it. We're talking about churches. We're talking about supermarkets. We're talking about the public library. We're talking about schools. This is all part of the fabric of a community, and especially here in the Palisades. And another important piece of the fabric of this community is the community theater. We're talking about the Pearson Playhouse. It has been destroyed. The Theater Palisades page on Facebook posting, "Too sad. Our beloved Pearson Playhouse is gone, but the heart of Theater Palisades beats on. We will rise again." And to give you a little piece of history, according to Playbill magazine, this first started in 1967. The theater company has operated as a community theater with an active community of subscribers. The theater actually opened this venue here in the Palisades in 1980. 1988. The group typically performs about 5 shows a year, plus 2 youth productions, and they also host presentations from the Palisades Historical Society. And the company had been slated to start their theater performances this week.
is
And now
fine.
the theater,
I
the
heard
community
there's
theater, is a total loss. Yet another statistic of what could be the destruction of the Palisades, because there is so much loss here. But people are standing strong. They say they will rebuild. This is just a pause. Again, important pieces of the fabric of the community. This is what makes up a community. And we talked about the youth productions that were held here at the Pearson Playhouse. You know, all those kids probably looking forward to the start of theater season to be able to perform in front of their families and their parents. And now this is a loss also. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Grassi. I'll send it back to you, Melanie Jen.
Yeah, Gigi, it's one of those things where you're thinking about when to rebuild. We're in the recovery process right now, obviously, but you wonder what the Palisades is now going to look like and what that rebuilding process will even look like, because you're having insurance providers that have pulled, 70% of State Farm Insurance has pulled out of Pacific Palisades neighborhood alone. So you wonder what that rebuilding process is going to look like.
Yeah.
It will be, Mel and Jen, a very lengthy process, because between dealing, if you have insurance, between dealing with the insurance adjusters, and then you have to source the materials. Just last year, we had a spike in the price of plywood. You know, the materials will have to be sourced, and everybody will be sourcing them at the same time. You'd be able to get the crews, the contractors, on. And then you have to get permits for absolutely everything. Again, hopefully the city, the state, the county will speed up the bureaucracy.
So Colin Rugg posted on Twitter, the devastating drone footage shows devastating aftermath of LA fires. I mean, so here, let's check it out. Wow. I mean, it looks like a war. It really looks like a bomb was dropped or something, like a nuclear bomb or something. Wow, look at this shit. That's crazy. How are they going to recover from all this like this? California was already struggling, and they can't maintain their homeless people. How are they going to help out these residents? It's got to be, the damage has to be in the billions, easily. Billions and billions of dollars, has to be. A lot of these homes are millions plus. Wow. It's crazy. It's like the end of the world. That's what it looks like the end of the world, the apocalypse. Trillion. Yeah. Trillions. You're right. Yeah, right. That's true. Trillions. It's got to be. Easily.
Burning. In Altadena, Pasadena, the Bank of America building was burning.
You were at Ralph's earlier.
They're all gone. But yes. And what about the mom and pop businesses? I hope to focus on those a little bit later. Mom and pop businesses, you know, they're struggling day by day. I mean, it's 4 years after COVID.
Yep.
Many of them still haven't recovered from that economic loss. They're rebuilding. This is their source of income. This is how they put food on the family table. And now they're out of business. So we have to think there's so many layers to the loss.
It is just an absolute gut punch. And as I was saying to you, I texted you this yesterday, Gigi, that you've done such an amazing job at giving us the human side, the human toll of all this. Like, for example, yesterday you spoke to a man who lives in a mobile home area of the Palisades. It's not just people who have a lot of money who live here, right? It's people who live paycheck to paycheck in some spots and just losing everything.
Yeah. And I appreciated your text message, Jen. Thank you so much, because I think, a lot of people focus, there's, 3,000 structures and buildings and outbuildings and stuff. What about the human toll? What about the toll on people's lives? The stuff that they lost, those prized possessions that they can't replace. What about all the apartment buildings that we saw devastated? Right. We know rent is extremely high in Los Angeles. There's a misconception that everybody is rich. And even if they are rich, do you not have empathy for those things that can't be replaced? Maybe a family pet, why are we holding it against them? Because maybe they are wealthy, they're beautiful.
I guess they're talking about some of these areas are affluent areas. They're saying that the TV channel just aired charred human body in fire rubble live on television. I guess they didn't realize it. I posted the video on Discord. I haven't looked at it much. I guess, yeah.
Tell me that's not a skull.
Oh
That's
my
a fucking
God.
skull.
You can see the leg bones coming down.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did a burnt human body on television. I guess they didn't realize it. I posted it on Discord if you want to see it. I'll retweet it too if you follow me on Twitter. Anybody that has X or Twitter, follow me on there too for like updates and stuff like that. You follow me there. And then they were saying too, no way this is real. LFAD using handbags to put out fires. Not surprising since they were defunded. Let's check it out.
What in the world?
Wow.
The firemen don't have hoses, so they're like literally using purses, women's handbags, filling up women's handbags to put out fires. Look at this. What in the world? LAFD Fire Department using women's handbags to put out fires. What is going on here? Have you guys ever seen this in your life? Look. What in the...
That's crazy.
And the personal loss, the financial loss, but also the extraordinary amount of trauma that people are going to have to move through, watching perhaps their homes burn on TV, watching their friends' homes that have burned on TV, watching up close and personal as you're trying to evacuate. I mean, so just the mental health toll and the trauma that people are going to have to move through is going to be extraordinary as well.
Gigi, thank you so much for your coverage out there. We really do appreciate you. We're going to let you get back to the tremendous work that you've been doing out there on the ground, but we appreciate you, and we'll be checking in with you in just a little bit. All right, so an evacuation center we need to tell you about has been set up for victims of the Palisades fire. Evacuees can go to the Westwood Recreation Center. It's on 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. Another evacuation center is open at the Dream Center in Los Angeles. They've always been incredibly helpful over there.
Yeah, there are also 2 evacuation centers for livestock and larger animals.
Weigh in.
Pierce College, 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills, or the Los Angeles Equestrian Center at 480 Riverside Drive in Burbank. Smaller pets like cats and dogs can be taken to the LA
citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning?
25 Agura Road.
Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions?
Fire danger means that LA Unified Schools will be closed today.
Says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position?
Charter High School, the 63-year-old school, was featured in the movie Grease. LA Unified officials say Marquez Charter Elementary also sustained severe damage, and students will continue to have access.
So there was this clip, right? Okay, we've talked about the mayor a couple of times, right? Mayor Karen. And somebody posted this video, and they're like, yo, turns out LA Mayor Karen Bass wasn't silent about the wildfires in her viral clip. She just wasn't mic'd. She was just mic'd improperly. Enhanced audio below. So I was trying to listen to
citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today?
And I'm looking at this, and I'm like, she literally doesn't even move her lips. What the hell is this? And I scroll down. The first comment I see is, LMAO, you got me here. Appreciate your H1B research, Robert. And they put the smoke alarm, I guess.
Nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent.
Enhanced audio. There's nothing. 2 million views. 540 some thousand views.
With childcare, because they still have to go to work. They still have, 1-2 parent homes, and now they have to kind of scramble and take care of the kids and what they're going to do in that sense. I do have some good news. We're going to take a look at some numbers here. But the fact and the indication that Stu and Skyfox is up is good, because that means restrictions that have kept Skyfox down have eased up. Also meaning that the winds have eased up. I like this. This is a huge improvement from what we have been talking about the last several days. Look at this, nearly calm winds in a lot of areas. These are the sustained winds right now. Some of the breezier areas that we're...
Check this out, too. Thank you for the subscriptions. Appreciate that. This is a pretty wild footage. Holy-ish, continuous tanker drops over Palisades fire. Watch as winds continue. I gotta silence this. Continue. Watch as winds move it around. Let's check it out.
Here it comes.
I mean, these people are incredible. People that are doing this, flying these planes. Damn, they're showing the wind is moving like that. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. Is that
wind?
Is that the wind or him turning? It kind of looks like the wind. Yeah, it almost looks like the wind. It looks like he's like sliding to the side. Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh my
That's
God,
what it looks like. B Tim, thank you so much for the 5, dude. I hope you're doing well. And yeah, I saw the clip. I played it earlier in the stream. The Joe Rogan clip that you're talking about. I did. Earlier. Yeah. He's been talking about it for a while, Trump. But some people disagree. Some people got upset, whatever, But, I mean, there was people yesterday in other countries typing in the chat saying that these controlled fires, controlled burns actually do help for these situations not to get so crazy. And you can even just leave that out of it and just talk about like that these firefighters didn't have water, didn't have what they needed, or the reservoirs weren't filled and they had prior warnings. I mean, complete mismanagement, it seems. It's just horrible. Tracy Harris, good morning. Thank you for the membership. All right, so let me keep looking on Twitter because I'm seeing all the crazy stuff that I'm seeing is on Twitter. This is just crazy. Babylon B just posted this 30 seconds ago. Gavin Newsom demands answers from whoever's in charge of California. Right. Amazing. Welcome to Los Angeles, where you say no to patriarchy and say yes to DEI. Karen Bass, LA mayor, salary $250,000 per year. Cut the fire department of $17.6 million. Left LA for Africa as wind and fire warnings increased. Wow. The lady before her was making more, $440,000 LFAD chief per year. Created systemic equity and inclusion across LAFD. Donated surplus supplies to Ukraine. And Janice Quillones, CEO of LADWP, $750,000. Let the fire hydrants ran dry as Pacific Palisades burned. Okay.
$1.5 million from the fire department while increasing police funding by $126 million. Critics are questioning her leadership, especially since she was in Ghana for a presidential event when the fires broke out. Sky News caught up with the mayor yesterday and gave her a grilling.
You owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today?
Can you back up? Appreciate it.
Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position?
No.
Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster? No apology for them? Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
You can see a full 2 minutes of silence there from the mayor. She returned yesterday after going viral. This video, as you can imagine, made the rounds after refusing to answer questions from Sky News. And last night, Mayor Bass did hold a news conference.
Is going to be an effort of all of us coming together, and we have to resist any effort to pull us apart. In terms of my flight home, I was on a military flight, as I mentioned, which allowed me to be in constant communication. I was on the phone, on the plane, almost every hour of the flight. So although I was not physically here, I was in contact with many of the individuals that are standing here throughout the entire time. When my flight landed, immediately went to the fire zone and saw what happened in Pacific Palisades. Thank you.
And yes, you just heard from Mayor Bass there addressing some of those concerns, but I'm sure there's going to be quite a few more questions for her as these days and weeks move forward. Meantime, LA District Attorney Nathan Hochman also had this warning for, believe it or not, people who have been looting and preying on people's...
Right, people have been looting, which is not surprising. They're going to take advantage, and California is just kind of known for that. I mean, they upped the laws recently as far as stealing and stuff, but it's always been a thing that we've always known about, with California and everywhere else. I'm C. McGinnis. Thank you for the 5. Says that's Palisades Aviation. They come to Australia in the summer. They had a C-130 crash near Canberra, fighting a fire. Pilots died. Oh, that's sad. Check this out. They're saying, so we kind of mentioned a little bit North Carolina.
Always be people who look at this as an opportunity to cheat others, to steal from others, to scam others.
Yeah.
And I want them to understand that we will not be taking this lightly. That we will go after you. We will make sure that you understand that this will not be tolerated.
Who is preying on someone at an extraordinary moment?
This happens all the time. Unfortunately, it does. Like during the hurricanes and also people take advantage. They rob people, steal. Now, with North Carolina, apparently, this is what's being said. We talked about it a little bit. It's really messed up that they've just left these people hanging in the wind after the hurricane. And this person is claiming that in 24 hours, FEMA will be kicking out 3,500 families, kicking out, and I'm assuming this is North Carolina, WNC. I don't know what W means. Out of hotels in the middle of 14-degree winter snowstorm. Homeless shelters are now calling churches, scrambling to set up more beds as the numbers of people in shelters in WNC is likely to double tomorrow. Let's check this clip out.
Thousands of Western North Carolinians hit by Helene where it often hurts the most, housing. Some families left with nothing except the clothes on their backs. FEMA putting up nearly 13,000 of them in hotels.
What happened to taking care of the people?
But when the federal program ends on Friday night, many of them will have nowhere to stay. That's when Rogers and ABCCM come in.
In a lot of ways, we feel like we were prepared and designed for days like this. So we're ready.
Ready for a higher possible demand in resources than the nonprofit has ever seen before. And we're not just talking about somewhere to stay.
You see the food behind us. We can arrange groceries on a weekly basis. There's all kinds of ways to put together the right combination for each individual situation.
Rogers says ABCCM helps roughly 1,500 families a month. But in January, that number could soar above 2,000.
50% more than what we usually help.
ABCCM's 4 locations could be pushed to capacity, but Rogers says volunteers are standing by.
We've got 300 churches. It doesn't take long for them to say, we're here. How many more do you need?
In Buncombe.
Yeah, that's crazy. Crazy. Philly PA girl, thank you so much for the 5. Says thanks for the early morning stream. Yeah, we got in here at 8 o'clock this morning. 8 o'clock. I was up like at 6 this morning. I woke up pretty early and we were up here 8 a.m. Something like that. 8 something in the morning.
And make sure that it did not spread and put more people in harm's way. And their efforts were extremely successful, along with the help from air support, to make sure that the fire did not spread. And that's why the evacuation orders will be lifted, started at 7:30 this morning. But definitely very scary for residents and people who were visiting, because a lot of the iconic Hollywood spots were impacted by the evacuation, such as the Hollywood Walk of Fame, also the Chinese Theater, the Dolby Theater, and the Capitol Records building. But again, the good news is at 7:30 this morning, all of the evacuation orders will be lifted. But if residents are coming back to the area, they need to be mindful that firefighters from the LA Fire Department will still be in the neighborhood. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Coco, thank you very much. It's just quite the scene out there. And I think we're going to be seeing imagery of just extraordinary images coming up when we get Stu back up there, especially as sunlight begins to break and we get those aerial shots that we weren't able to get yesterday because of the Santa Ana winds that were just raging out of control. And I think what we're going to see is just going to be just so daunting. Just so daunting.
Yeah, I mean, I think when the smoke clears, we all have a chance to kind of process what has just happened here. This loss is going to be felt for years to come. Small businesses that have burned to the ground, just places that people go to come together and commune and to talk and to pray and to read books. All of
Wow. This was just posted on Twitter. Real life apocalypse.
California.
Those look amazing.
Bro, real life apocalypse in California. Everything is burning to the ground. You guys, it's like a zombie land. Look at this. Look at this, bro. Everything's burning to the ground, you guys. People left their cars. They left everything behind. Newscaster out. Man, if this ain't crazy, then what's crazy, you guys? Is the world coming to an end? Oh my God, look at the grocery store. Look at this shit, you guys.
Damn.
What the fuck? Oh my God. Real life apocalypse. Wow.
Man, look at this building.
The food market is burning down.
Oof.
Burns up. Everything's gone.
Food Mart, Dollar Store, Aldi's.
What? The elementary school?
Oh, wow.
Bro, this is apocalypse in California.
Let me take a look at the map.
This will happen, and this will keep happening over and over again. Sad to say, but it's true. And there are some people who are estimating the damage. AccuWeather estimated the damage right now at $58 billion.
I think there's also, Jen, a misconception, too, about the support from insurance companies and the ease that, oh, you have insurance, so this kind of a horrible event happens and you just immediately get support, right? But that's not indeed the case. There are many steps once you file the insurance claim, getting the inspector or the adjuster to come out.
It takes
years. Right.
It does.
Right.
It takes years. It takes years to rebuild small businesses.
Yes.
It takes years for homeowners to get back on their feet, and especially having to, the daunting task of filling.
That's what I was saying when BLM burned the cities down. That people were, oh, well, you got insurance, blah, blah, blah. They were burning homeowners, like small businesses. people that were of minority, color, whatever the fuck, burning their businesses, that they were indiscriminate, they didn't care. And people were, oh, well, it's just insurance, whatever. They can just do insurance. You know?
Homes and had no way to get out. There's so many story points with this.
And then they turn out to be scammers anyway.
Oh my goodness. It really is. It's just overwhelming.
Yeah.
It's overwhelming. And I can only imagine those folks, that are directly affected and impacted, what they are experiencing, thinking, feeling, probably just struggling to process.
Thank you, SV. Thank you for the gifting and the membership. Appreciate that.
From Congressman George Whitesides, he was talking about the federal response to the disaster. I know that President Biden was here in Southern California yesterday getting a briefing from fire officials and emergency responders, but Representative Whitesides,
Sophie, that's so true. It's only January 9th. It's the 9th day into 2025. How crazy has it been, right? Insane, yeah.
Will be, well in the tens of billions for this. This is one of the largest disasters that California has ever suffered, and that support from the president is going to be absolutely crucial. He made an extra commitment, I think, going above and beyond, and I think that is going to be.
So James Woods made a post just now, on Twitter, and this was a conversation about the fire hydrants and how much water they're getting. So check this out.
We saw an apartment building engulfed in flames. I saw the fire engine pull up this afternoon, a fire captain have one of his firefighters attach a hose to a hydrant, and that hose didn't fill up, Alex. And I asked the captain, out of every 10 hydrants you attach to today, on average, how many are you getting full water from? He says little to none. And it was at that point that really the whole crew stopped, looked up at this apartment building, and they realized there was nothing they could do except we saw
little to none. Wow. We saw this yesterday.
When you see these images and what you've seen in person today, just what goes through your mind on a human level?
My heart breaks. My wife grew up in Santa Rosa, and they had the Tubbs fire where they lost 5,000 homes in just a couple of hours. And we're going through our own version of that last night and today. And it is just, there was a story that the fire chief told of telling one of his best friends that his home had burned to the ground with just the chimney remaining. And it just breaks your heart, and we just have to work as hard as we can to help these folks get back on their feet for the long recovery ahead.
That's right, and you hope that can become a bipartisan thing that both parties can agree on, because that's the last thing you want is when people who are struggling right now get caught up in any kind of politics.
That's right. Yes, that's right.
Yes. In the meantime, a lot of people are talking about the wildfires, of course, on social media.
And Amanda joins us now with reaction online. Hey there, good morning.
Good morning. I was really appreciating what you were saying about it doesn't matter what your tax bracket is. Home is where you hang your hat. It doesn't matter if it's your humble abode or if it's a home you saved for years for, or if it's a home you inherited. It's your home.
Yeah.
It's the place that has all your memories. It brings you solace. And from local LA residents to A-list celebrities, they're all being affected by these fires. This is such a human moment. Many celebrities have fled during evacuations in the area, while others lost their homes completely. Page 6 reports Paris Hilton, her Malibu home burned to the ground. Hubby Montag and Spencer Pratt lost their home. Spencer actually in his car recording himself saying that he watched his home burn down on their security cameras. So heartbreaking. Leighton Meester and Adam Brody just 3 days ago were walking the red carpet at the Golden Globes, and now their home gone. Anna Faris, Miles Teller, Eugene Levy, Anthony Hopkins, Billy Crystal. I want to note, Billy Crystal and his wife Janice Crystal lived in Pacific Palisades in the same home since 1979. Almost 5 decades in that home.
Decades of memories.
Decades of memories. Love in that home. Tom Hanks, Rita Wilson, and John Goodman are just some of the stars who had to say goodbye to their beloved homes. Many shared emotional messages on social media expressing heartbreak over the loss of cherished memories. Others, like Ben Affleck, Mandy Moore, and Mark Hamill, were forced to evacuate.
Yeah, I wouldn't celebrate these celebrities losing their homes. I'm not happy about anybody going through that. But the only benefit that these people have is that they have the funds, to whatever, take care of themselves, buy another home, or restart somewhere else. A lot of the other people don't have that kind of money or finance, and who knows how long with the insurance, how long it takes to kick in, or even if all the valuables. I get what they're saying. I get what they're saying because even the celebrities, I'm sure they have memorables and that kind of stuff. Man, this guy over here said, Ian Carroll just moved to LA. Anything going on? You just moved over here? Let's see.
So I decided to move to LA for a month.
Oh, shit.
And I got here yesterday.
Oh,
and then
God.
the whole city lit on fire. It's not the whole city. Mostly
Oh, my God.
Palisades is sort of like Santa Monica, Malibu area. I'm living up here, so I'm okay for now. But I drove down to the perimeter of where this is going on this morning to see what's going on. So here's a roundup of all the stuff going on online right now. The real kind of conspiracies to the totally like wild tinfoil. The destruction is super intense and widespread, and heart goes out to everyone that lost homes, everyone that lost their businesses, their possessions.
Thank you for subscribing.
Even their lives, hopefully not too many. And unfortunately, a lot of people lost their possessions and they're no longer covered because State Farm just months ago, June of 2024, changed all their policies for the state of California so that they would no longer offer fire coverage. I shit you not. At first, they announced that they were terminating all these policies because they just couldn't financially survive in this economy otherwise. And then they decided they would give everyone their policies back, but only if the Californians agreed to sign up for California's FAIR plan for fire coverage, so that State Farm will not cover their fire damages. It's this California government plan that'll do that. I'm sure that's going to go great. And the mayor, who was out of the country when the fires hit, she was in Ghana, in Africa, halfway around the world. She cut fire department funding by millions of dollars this last year. I haven't personally verified this one, but it's an article from Time that California's been voting for better water management for ages. Nothing getting done about it.
Right.
And actually, Trump was on the Joe Rogan Experience just like a couple months ago, and he got made fun of for talking about California's water problem, how they diverted all this water to take care of a certain kind of fish that they should be diverting straight into California. Because when these fires broke out, there are widespread reports that fire hydrants had no water in them. And so there was no water to fight the fires.
So in Los Angeles, you can't get proper amounts of water.
Right.
And it's unbelievably expensive. And you might have a house in Beverly Hills, and they're actually thinking about rationing water. Could you believe it? They said, we have no water. I said, do you have a drought? No, we don't have a drought. I said, why don't you have no water? Because the water isn't allowed to flow down. It's got a natural flow from Canada all the way up north of water, more water than they could ever use. And in order to protect a tiny little fish, the water up north gets routed into the Pacific Ocean. Millions and millions of gallons of water gets poured. You got to see this. We're driving up, and I had never seen it.
I mean, love him or hate him, but that really happened. It's like, what? Now, the internet's full of people bringing up different causes and claims. I don't see the mainstream media or like the mainstream narrative asking at all how the fire started. I have no idea how they started. People are talking about how homeless people are a big problem because homeless people start a ton of the fires in California in general and LA specifically. I've seen figures like 13%. Don't quote me on that. The high winds obviously played a huge role and should have given the fire teams advance warning, which, it sounds like they did do some level of preparation with what limited resources they had. People are also blaming really poor or non-existent brush management and forest management. These forests have been untended for years, decades maybe. And that's on like the county and the state, I guess, like the Forest Service for cleaning up and keep it and maybe controlled burning, which they don't do anymore. I don't know how to pin down the reason. I have no idea, and I'm not an expert. So that's just what people are talking about. DEI is also coming up a lot because we're now measuring how many black and trans and Latino people are on the fire team, because that totally matters when your house is burning. But then there's UFO stuff. There's always UFO stuff nowadays. People noted that on live TV.
And I talked about this, I think it was yesterday. I don't know. The days are kind of blurring together, but we mentioned this yesterday.
They could see what appeared to be UFOs.
Aliens.
Shooting through right there. Pew. And then there's another one that shoots through in a second. Right. Then someone found this footage on a Santa Monica beach cam. This one's much smaller, but it's like a little glowing orb dot that like flies down in here. I don't even know if
I didn't see that.
Flies out right there. And it kind of zigs and zags around out here a little bit. Who knows what it is? So yeah, there's aliens now, or government orbs, or like Lord knows what. And the fires are still raging. This is a photo from last night taken from the air. This is the route into LAX. So like that's the whole hillside there. This is greater Los Angeles is over here to the right. So this is like Santa Monica right here. I'm currently living up here in this whole patch of light. And then we've even got the like deep truthers like Liz Crokin's talking about the Getty Museum burning, about child trafficking, and about how this ties to possibly to Diddy and to Hollywood falling down, and they're like burning evidence. And it's like, dude, maybe like,
ooh, I did hear that too.
I
Burning
kind
evidence.
of doubt it. But Liz is right about the Getty, and you should go down the Getty rabbit hole because it's super dark. Basically, there's a million theories flying around right now, and none of it is really like super it's fires and people's homes are burning and the evacuation is wild and it's still not under control. The winds are going to get worse tonight. So
that's Ian Carroll. I mentioned earlier, he's on Twitter. As far as State Farm and the insurance stuff, right? Because that's been part of the conversation. There's an article that was sent to me, and Californians or California insurer canceled policies months before Los Angeles wildfires. State Farm, one of the biggest insurers in California, canceled hundreds of homeowner policies last summer in Pacific Palisades, the same area where hell's breaking loose. The move was justified by the company as an attempt to avoid financial failure, as the frequency and severity of wildfires is growing in the Golden State, especially in at-risk zones. But as the multiple fires currently burning through Southern California threaten to cause devastating losses for residents, many will likely need to rely on their insurers to get back on their feet. So they canceled stuff. I mean, they're saying months before or in the summer. Why it matters. Several private insurers have cut coverage in at-risk areas across California in the past 3 years, leaving homeowners scrambling to find options for coverage. Thank you for the 5. IMC McGinnis. Let's see what you said. Buy an EV and pay more. Feel good tax will be Cali's solution to this. They won't learn from it. Yeah, I agree. So several private insurers have cut coverage. They don't want to cover this shit. They can't afford it, I guess, or it's not financially beneficial, I guess. As a result, California's FAIR Plan, which works as an insurer of last resort in the state, has more than doubled its policies between 2020 and 2024, reaching a total of 452,000. Most insurers who have limited their offer in the state mentioned the rising wildfire risk as well as the state's regulation. It's just, it's not even like a finance. There's no. It's almost like, why would you want to live there, kind of shit. Like you can't even you can't get insurance coverage on your home, fire coverage. I get, and I saw somebody mention in the chat that like, oh, it's not true. They have coverage, and I'm glad you have coverage, but there's reports of this that a lot of people have had their coverage cut, canceled. So that's a big deal. I mean, how can people ignore this shit? It's a big, huge deal. When you want to buy a house out there and you want to raise a family and you got to worry about this place burning down and not being covered, or they'll cut you at any moment,
taken out, but incredibly enough, if Jeff Sharping can continue to pan to the left over here, you will see this building here, office building.
Yeah, people are getting screwed over. I mean,
So that's exactly what Annette was talking.
I don't understand how people are like still in denial about what's happening. Maybe that's why they vote the way they vote. They're still voting the way they vote. It's in front of your face. People are dying. People are suffering. Places are burning. And they're still like, oh, well, it's not really happening. It's not really existing. People have lost their insurance. Hundreds of thousands of people have been cut. That's the reality. That's what people are saying. I've played the clips. I played some of the clips of people telling their story. I don't know. I'm not saying that like the insurance knew the fire was coming. I'm sure they have risk people, like risk analysis people and all that stuff, but they're screwing people over. A lot of people over.
That is just, Gigi, that is just surreal to look at.
Yes.
It really, you talk about Hollywood, it does look like a movie set. It really does.
I just drove by there on Saturday.
Yeah.
Oh.
We still have her.
Look at that. It's
That's
just
true,
metal.
folks.
You
That is
can't
true.
even begin to see where one business started, the other ended. And if anybody knows what happens to the safe, can you just send me a message on social media or call our station and let me know? I'm just curious because, you know, we're always told, don't keep your valuables at home. Put everything in the safe.
Right.
Put your important documents at the bank. Keep everything in the bank. What happens when a bank burns down?
That's a good question, right? That's right.
And we're looking at, Gigi, just so as we're talking to you, Stu is overhead in Skyfox, and we're getting some of the first. Oh, okay, well, somebody's overhead in in a helicopter. It's not Stu, my bad. Who was giving us
I guess so, Mary.
perspective,
Yeah.
Gigi, of the scorched Pacific Palisades, pictures that we weren't able to see yesterday, naturally, because of those raging Santa Ana winds.
Where's Oprah?
Now this morning, as the sun begins to rise, and Gigi, it is just extraordinary.
And then Gigi, you see some homes, and I'm sure you saw this on the ground firsthand, some homes and businesses that are just untouched almost, and then everything around that area is scorched.
And actually, walk with me, photographer again. Tony Butita, I'm always dragging him along with me as I see things to show you. Look across the street, U.S. Bank, and all those shops right there. I think we see Saint Laurent across the street. All of that appears to be anyway, maybe smoke damage, maybe some other damage deep inside. We're also watching as a convoy of firefighters arrives, a new convoy from Happy Valley Fire Department. Excuse me.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad out
The
there.
air quality is a little bit tough, but we see Happy Valley Mountain Gate Fire Department. These must be maybe from Northern California. I don't know where these cities are, but they have put together Shasta. So maybe from Northern California, they're just rolling in to assist our local firefighters. But you see the shops across the street?
Wow.
They all appear to be in touch. As a matter of fact, it appears that they have power. There's no power on this side of the street, but they're all lit up. So maybe power has not been shut off on that side.
It's just wherever the embers decide to go.
That's right.
Is what goes up.
And fire companies from all across various states have come to help and to help us here.
That's right. It's
in
a multi-state effort.
Multi-state effort. Yeah, Gigi.
Yeah. A mutual aid situation. It is amazing how coordinated they are, how the local fire departments in different regions. Clark County, Nevada, they've put together a battalion, a squad made up of different trucks, different firefighters from their local smaller departments. So one department says, we'll send the water tender. Another department says, we'll put in the engine. Another department says, we'll send a ladder truck. And they put together a unit, and that unit travels to wherever they're needed to help out the local fire departments.
It's so, you know, what's extraordinary is to see these well-known establishments, as we've talked about,
Yeah, just tinfoil hat on.
That are now no more.
Up on the screen. Oh, there it goes on the screen.
And I think that for many people, the fact that this was such a well-populated community, the Pacific Palisades, many of us would think that, oh, a fire couldn't necessarily get here and take down this.
That's true. I would think about that. I can prep. Celebrity donations should be pouring in. No, I would think so. I haven't seen an official donation place, but damn, look at that. Bank of America. What a wow.
My daughter had her graduation ceremony
Wow.
here, or there was a wedding dinner that was held, you know, in some areas. This is my coffee shop. This was just where I used to go. It's any number of things. It's just devastating to see some of these well-known areas. No more. There are no other words for that.
That's right. Casa Nostra is such a popular Italian restaurant here on Sunset Boulevard. I mean, so many folks know it. So many folks meet here to have dinner, and not necessarily just local folks, but you meet people here for dinner. They were well known for their patio, their service, their food, and that's gone. And we have to imagine it is a smaller, independently owned business affected.
And if you're the business owner that had to watch this happen or now go survey the damage, oh my goodness. Oh, we can only imagine and
look at the inside.
empathize.
The restaurant is completely gone.
Gigi, thank you for your reporting out there.
And to the left.
To the left. Go ahead. To the left.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I was just going to say to the left, now blended into the Italian restaurant, is the Starbucks. Of course, Starbucks is a corporation. It will be easier for them to rebuild, most likely, if they choose to rebuild in this community. But now it's just one lot of mangled metal and the roof and concrete.
Look at that.
Oh, my goodness.
Gigi, thank you. Those are some incredible visuals.
Wow. That Bank of America thing was so interesting to see. The burned ATM machine. Looks like an ATM machine outside of the bank. Wow. I am C. McInnes. Thank you for the 20. Thank you so much. Love your coverage. You see through the bull. Well, somebody got mad at me yesterday. I guess I shouldn't care because most people are not, but Australia is a giant Cali. The greenies don't want to hurt a frog. Meanwhile, when a bushfire happens, people die and property is destroyed. Cattle grazing stops blazing. Well, I also think animals die too in the process, right? Too the animals, the nature, it destroys everything out there. You know, this is something that needs to be done. You know, what is this here? Somebody typed. Yeah, I covered this. Victim of LA fires was holding onto hose from trying to save family home. Yeah, that's sad. I totally understand why somebody would want to try to like preserve their home, you know, especially if you bought something. Like it would suck. Like if my place here, my apartment burned, it would suck. But like, I don't know, a lot of my photos and videos are on cloud. The suckiest thing, I mean, yeah, it's a home, but I'm renting. I feel like it's different when you buy a house and a home and you own it and all stuff, you know. Renting, it would suck. It would still suck. But I feel like a home would just be worse. Because even if you're renting, maybe they put you in a hotel or something. This doesn't replace your things, you know, but they put you in a hotel. There's like memorable stuff here. There's important things. My daughter, like her school stuff, her drawing, stuff like that maybe I don't have, you know, stored on a cloud. Not all of it, you know. Pictures and stuff, maybe. Most of the stuff is cloud, but it would suck. But I just feel like a home burning down would be so much worse. Oh man, like a house that you bought, and especially some of these people that have lived there 50 years or whatever decades, and their family, and they've passed it down generationally, whatever, burnt down. Wow.
At 10% contained. The Sunset Fire has burned 60 acres in the Hollywood Hills. There is 0% containment here. Flames are pushing toward Hollywood Boulevard. Most evacuations, though, have been lifted. Evacuations in areas north of Franklin Avenue will be lifted shortly.
Finding another home isn't fast, yeah.
7:30 this morning.
Not enough hotels.
An evacuation center which has opened at Pan Pacific Recreation Center. So this is something, if it's near you, you can take advantage of that. Speaking of Melvin and Jen, that Studio City fire, right? So the massive fire erupted there. Flames engulfed a 4-story home on Sunswept Drive. We were watching this live yesterday as it was happening, and it was just really tough to see. Those flames then spread to nearby brush and buildings, and more than 50 firefighters quickly were able to...
Damn. Yo, check out what Brian Enton said. So he just made a post a couple of minutes ago, and he said, okay, obviously, yeah, definitely don't blame the firefighters on the ground. Insane, heroic effort we are witnessing in California. Was in Palisades last night, headed to Altadena this morning, got a hotel in Burbank full of evacuees. Very sad. I showered last night and the water was black. Wow. Wow. Black water.
Video sent to us from a firefighter who's been right there on the front lines. Look at the images. This is a bit more up close and personal, right? Now, these firefighters, of course, they have the equipment, but still, even with that being said, with the power of these flames and the conditions they're dealing with, many of them irritated in the eyes, right? Because of these ember bursts. Their eyes are swollen. Their voices are hoarse. They're having a hard time breathing. They're coughing. Imagine for hours and hours and hours not getting any relief and having to be in these conditions. And of course, when it comes to some of the issues we've been discussing as well, with the lack of water, the frustration of making these tough calls, right? Do I run toward this building or this building? Which one will be a total loss and is pointless to even put our resources? These are things they have to think about.
It's strategic from the ground and from the air, too.
Look at this one. Look at this drop.
Whoa.
That is a perspective we haven't really had, right?
That was so needed that we didn't have on Tuesday because of those raging Santa Ana winds. Those choppers couldn't get in. Even when they ran out of water, you know.
Jenna Balby, thank you for the 20 months.
They couldn't get into the ocean. And
insurers assess risk and saw California failing to mitigate and couldn't take rate increases based on that risk because California refused to let them. California is the root of this. That's a good point. That's a good point. I mean, I'm sure they saw this way ahead of time. They have people that they pay for that to look into all that. Insurers assess risk and saw. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Really unfortunate. It sucks that people get screwed. You've been paying these companies for years and decades, and you hope that in the moment of crisis, in the moment that you need whatever, they have some type of reassurance.
It's just tough to cover this, of course, and people who are living through it, you know, our hearts go out to them, obviously, because they have this new reality that they're going to have to deal with. And now it's more of the adrenaline, right, from all of us.
A lot of us.
It hasn't really hit. It'll happen days, weeks, and months to come. Once you realize, wait a minute, we just lived through this, and what in the world, and now what are we
doing? Or when you go to look for something, or when you want something, and it's not there, you know, for
those conveniences that we often take for granted.
No matter where you are, if you're watching us right now, in some way you are connected to these fires, for sure. Whether it's a family member, a loved one, a friend who you offered your home to stay at overnight.
Well, and the ripple effect, the businesses that Gigi is sharing with us, you know, these people all have jobs, right? And then what happens to those jobs, and what happens to the economy?
That's
the bigger scope, right? The local economy taking a huge hit
that's
here.
a question. That's a question for tomorrow
That's
and the days to come.
Economy,
Thank you,
jobs.
In the meantime, you know, flames are still raging as the now deadly Eaton fire continues to grow.
With 5 lives lost and hundreds of homes threatened, firefighters are battling to gain control of this fire. Mario is standing by for us in Altadena with the latest on the devastation. My goodness. Hey, good morning.
Hi, Melvin, Jen. We continue to see that large plume of smoke coming from the hills above Altadena, and we're now showing you more of the hundreds of structures that have been damaged here or destroyed. We're now looking at someone's home, or at least what's left of it. 2135 North Lake Avenue. There's a vehicle here in the driveway that got a little damaged, a barbecue grill and air conditioning unit, but other than that, there's really not much that we can recognize here. You see 2 vehicles here that were left torched as well. So we were looking at some of the pictures online, what used to be here. It looks like there was a single-story home, and just behind it, a guest house, completely gone right now. And I want to have Carlos Jacinto show you some of the activity right next door. There's a power pole right here, a utility pole that was snapped in half during the fire as those flames were rushing through. That's what we've seen here around this neighborhood. A lot of power lines and trees that have come down and left burned here, some in the middle of the street right now. So this is a home, and then over this way, we have a few more businesses. So what you're looking at just behind these trees, this is actually a home decor store at 2141 North Lake Avenue. And then you have the Altadena Boys and Girls Academy, a preschool right next door, a chiropractic office, and also a restaurant a little farther down. This is all right across the street from Charles Elliott Arts Magnet Academy. We know that Pasadena Unified School District officials say 5 public schools were damaged by the fire. So that's also going to be an impact. And when you look at this damage, you just hope that people who were evacuating left safely. We know this is a deadly fire. 5 lives have been claimed. We're still working to get more information. Not too many details on those circumstances. But you'll notice just behind this damaged property, there are some on Crawford Street, just behind this street. So there are blocks here in this area that have been left leveled. The destruction is just amazing. The fire continues to burn. And I want to have Carlos also show you the sky, because as the sun comes up, we're not really seeing very many clouds, just a big swath of smoke. And some of the mountain ridge lines there are not even visible because of all this smoke that's still making its way through here in the Altadena area. That's the latest here, but it is just shocking to see the amount of damage and destruction here now that the sun is starting to come up.
It is, and I also have to remark, I mean, it's not just these tree-lined streets and neighborhoods and homes. You're talking about industrial areas full of concrete, like you've been reporting on, catching on fire and burning to the ground.
Yeah, and to be honest, we don't know what has been burning. A lot of these buildings that are no longer there, we don't know what was inside. So maybe some materials that are toxic and people could be breathing them in. So that's always a big concern.
Failing to mitigate and couldn't take rate increases based on that risk. BCCA refused to let them.
It's a weird voice.
CA is the root of this.
Okay, I figured out some stuff. Need to make some adjustments. Maybe next time I'm offline, I'll do that because I want the message. Oh, there we go. I want the message to show up too.
These fires across all these various communities are great, and it hasn't just affected those that have a certain amount of means or those that have accumulated a certain amount of wealth. There are all different types of people that have been impacted here, people in apartments, elderly and otherwise. This is a live look of an aerial.
Somebody here posted 8 hours ago, Anderson Cooper just blamed people using water to save their house as the reason there's no water for the fires. No, it can't be. Come on,
but there's just the lack of water is a problem. In the Palisades, the water issue is according to authorities, is a gravity issue. In order to get the water through the hydrants up in the hills and the mountains, they have these giant water tanks that use gravity, and those water tanks ran dry. Part of the problem is a lot of people are using hoses, trying to understandably hose down their lawns, hoping that will stop the fire. A lot of firefighters will say that's not going to stop a fire like this from burning down your house. You may keep your lawn, but it's not going to keep your house. But
you know what? You may keep your lawn, not your house. Some people have saved.
There's this huge water usage all of a sudden, and those tanks on the top. There may be water in the system down below, but if the tanks on the top run dry, there's not enough pressure for gravity to bring the water up into the hydrants. That's in the Palisades. I don't know the water system here.
Oh no! Hell no! Wow.
Again, where we are this morning here on Lockman Lane, the house that we've been kind of keeping an eye on. I don't know if you guys still have that photo to show what it looked like prior to the fire itself. You see the difference between the two, the beautiful view that it had of the ocean from here. 4,500 square foot home, 5-bed, 5-bath. It is just. It is nothing, and you saw here the walls continue to fall as the fire continues to just engulf this thing and smolder as it really starts to put itself out. But firefighters working throughout the night. The wind has really died down, which is certainly some great news. And again, we're just waiting to see when we start to see those aerial attacks happen again, guys.
You know, John, it's just shocking to think about when you first started doing your live reports early this morning. We could see the flames coming through the garage doors, and it's so striking to think that entire house was burned. I'm going to just pan to show people how big this house is, because from the front you can't tell, but this is a massive house. It's very large. It's a $25,000 a month house, 4,500 square feet. So it's a huge house that has been burning all morning long, and we've watched it just completely burn.
Yeah, and you heard and saw some of the walls falling too, right there as we were talking to Mark, and that throughout the night has been happening at homes all up and down the area here. We were on Bollinger near Marquez earlier this morning and showed you that all the homes on that street that had caught fire just overnight. So we're talking about this fire that continues to burn in different areas, the embers that continue to fly and catch different areas on fire. You know, when we were thinking it was Tuesday when this thing started and all those homes that were burning, you think perhaps we're at the end of that. We're not. We're seeing new homes catch fire even this morning, guys.
You know, the home burning down, the palm trees, the sun in the distance there with John just over John's shoulder. Just very powerful imagery. John, thank you for that. I do want to point out that President Biden has just put out a note that he's going to meet with his team a little bit later on today, and then he's going to deliver remarks to the country regarding the response to the wildfires burning here in Southern California. As we know, a lot of people are curious, and they're going to be paying attention to that because a lot of people need a lot of help right now.
All right, 7:18. We're going to send it over to Belinda Leon. The other big question is what's going to happen today?
Well, the winds are quiet now. We've been hearing all our reporters say that the smoke has settled because of those quiet winds. Good. Smoke's really stagnant this morning. You're really going to see it. You're going to smell it. But the winds are picking up again. And unfortunately, this fire danger remains elevated. In fact, that red flag warning, it has been extended. Today will be day 3 under this red flag warning, and it's going to be extended tomorrow. That'll be day 4. We also have high wind warnings that have been reissued because of another round of strong winds headed our way, picking up during the afternoon and then getting stronger into this evening, just continuing until tomorrow. And of course, because of the smoke in the area and also just a lot of chemicals from the structures that have burned, all of that is in the air, so the air quality is going to be very unhealthy. Look at the current conditions right now where the fires are currently burning. A big difference from yesterday. You'll notice that our observation stations over at Palisades Fire, the winds are calmer. The humidity near sea level at Topanga Beach is higher, 46%. But compare this to those mountaintops, the Santa Monica Mountains. That humidity is in the teens, and the gusts, they're still pretty strong there, up to 33 miles per hour. Malibu Creek up to 21 miles per hour. And to the east of that, in Santa Monica, we've got light winds and the humidity at about 29%. So much calmer conditions than yesterday and just slightly higher humidity. Now, over in the Eaton fire area, you can see this huge fire perimeter and how much has burned and how the strong winds from yesterday pushed those embers into lower elevations to the communities, to the neighborhoods. We're seeing the images from our reporters. The winds and the weather calmer this morning. The humidity is still really low, and we're going to take it. Now, during the morning, I showed you this map when we first came on air, and there was nothing to this map. In fact, it didn't have any color on it because of how quiet things are. But now we're starting to see those winds pick up. It's breezy right now through Van Nuys, and we're starting to see some gusty conditions in the San Bernardino area. These winds are going to increase through the middle of the day, and they're going to become even stronger tonight into tomorrow, the first half of the day. That's the reason why this red flag warning has been extended until tomorrow. The winds, yes, but also that low relative humidity and also the very dry vegetation. Now let's talk about the fire danger today. We are going to see elevated to critical fire conditions, especially through the mountains of San Fernando Valley and over into the Inland Empire. You're watching the images from where the fires are currently burning. That can happen anywhere in Southern California because all of the ingredients are there. We urge you to please review that Ready, Set, Go plan. If any new fires were to start, not only would it really cause a big strain on our already very strained resources, but those fires could quickly spread. Let me zoom in and show you what is going to happen in one of our typical Santa Ana wind-prone locations. That's over the LA Ventura County mountains and through the San Fernando Valley. We're starting to see some breezy conditions in the San Fernando Valley. Look at the weather around noon. It is going to be windy in those typical places. And we could see some spots with those gusts up to 40, 50 miles per hour. Here we are looking at the weather this evening around 10 p.m. And notice how these northeasterly winds, they continue to go hard over the mountains and especially over where the Palisades fire is currently burning. Tomorrow morning, still windy. Travel will be impacted, especially along the I-5 corridor. It's not until we get into tomorrow afternoon and evening when those winds start to ease. Now, here's another one of our typical Santa Ana wind-prone spots. That's over in the Inland Empire. South of the Cajon Pass, it's going to be very windy there and through those mountain passes
and all of a sudden there's this widespread use of water as he stands in front of a raging inferno.
Those winds could topple you over. People traveling from east to west, check out those crosswinds and those strong winds that will only increase throughout the day. Here we are around noon, and we've got gusts in Jurupa Valley up to 43 miles per hour. Strong winds over the Santa Ana Mountains as well. Into this evening, those winds will get even stronger for places like Irvine, for Orange, and we're still going to see that wind tunnel through the Inland Empire. Here we are looking at the weather at 10 p.m. Windy in the mountains as well, and also through the San Gregorio Pass, through Banning Pass over into the Palm Desert area. Tomorrow morning, it's breezy, and then gradually we see some bursts of wind throughout the afternoon. but it will be diminishing as we go throughout the afternoon and evening. I showed you the red flag warning. Now here's that high wind warning. It's already in effect for the Inland Empire and over into Orange County. The National Weather Service in the Oxnard office has issued a watch over the LA Ventura County mountains, but that's going to be upgraded to a warning. So let's just think of it as a warning. The gusts could get up to 60, 75 miles per hour. On top of the high fire danger, we could see some more power outages, down trees. So make sure you take those precautions, charge your devices because there's a possibility for some power outages. Now here's a look at that smoke advisory that covers the San Fernando Valley over through the San Gabriel Valley, parts of the Inland Empire. It has expanded and it has extended. You see where those fires are currently. We went ahead and put out some markers where the Palisades fire is and where the Eaton fire is currently burning. But notice how the smoke is going to be blowing into the South Bay, over into Orange County, the winds coming out of the northeast, and then just kind of blowing out towards the south and towards the southwest. So take those precautions. Today, because of those Santa Ana winds picking up, the numbers are going to be warming. It's very odd. Highs today are going to be in the 70s and even in the 80s in some areas. This morning, though, it is much colder than yesterday, so bundle up. Tomorrow, we still have some winds for the first half of the day, then gradually those winds ease. But notice how the temperatures come down. And then over the weekend, we've got 60s. We've got no rain. I know that's $1 million question. When are we going to see some moisture? We don't have any in our 7-day forecast. In fact, the weather stays really dry, and our long-range forecast models are indicating that we could see another round of winds early next week. The valleys and Inland Empire getting windy throughout the day, very smoky. Take those precautions to protect your lungs. If you have to work outside, bring a mask, the good mask that protects from those little particulates. Tomorrow, windy for the first half of the day, and then over the weekend, we've got sunshine, cool temperatures in the 60s, and then the dry weather continues through next week. The high desert, watch out for blowing dust. Same goes for the low desert. And notice how these numbers are going to stay cool through the weekend. And there we see that next round of wind possible next Monday and Tuesday. And finally, in the mountains, just a few days ago, we had our first snowfall. And now it is dry, it is windy, and we've had fire danger. Temperatures will be in the 40s, and we have just dry conditions through next week. So reminder, that QR code on the bottom of the screen, it takes you to all the information you need to know to keep you safe during these fires. All right, let's talk about traffic. What's going on, Robin?
Hi, Belen. Good morning. It's, relatively light and quiet out there with so many schools closed today, fewer cars and parents and kids on the road. But we want to highlight some of the closures related to all the fires that we have burning here in Southern California. These are the areas to avoid. We're going to start off with your commute through the San Fernando Valley, the Hearst fire. Closures are different today compared to yesterday. Yesterday, it was a really tough drive because of the connector ramps that were blocked off. A lot of the traffic was just at a crawl on the 5 in both directions approaching the 10. We're not seeing that this morning. So here's what's blocked off. It's only the truck routes. The North 5 truck lanes that take you over to the 14 closed. West 210, the truck lanes that take you to the 5 also blocked off. The east and west side of the 210 at Yarnell Street, the off ramps are closed. So once again, the freeway's open. Those connector ramps to the truck routes closed, as well as that Yarnell Street ramp. That is blocked off to traffic. Looking at the sensors, it's moving well through the area. If you do have some driving to do, you don't have to worry about delays on the 210, the 5, or the 14. Now let's talk about the Eden fire that's impacting your commute through Pasadena and Altadena. These are the areas that we've highlighted that you should avoid. East 2, which is the Angeles Crest Highway, that is closed to traffic from the entrance to the forest all the way to Upper Bictahunga. They have that blocked off. The 210, east and west, the Arroyo Boulevard off-ramps, you cannot exit there. The freeway's open. Your off-ramps are closed. That's a Caltrans closure that's going to be in place until further notice. And for those of you traveling through Azusa, you should stay away from San Gabriel Canyon north of Azusa. It is only open to local residents. So once again, please keep that in mind. We'll check more traffic and talk about the 405. It's all clogged up because of the Palisades fire. Lots of looky-loo traffic. We'll check that out coming up in a bit. Lynette, Adrian, back to you.
All right, we'll see you shortly, Robin. Thank you for that. And we want to show you a couple of pictures that give you some perspective of the amount of devastation here. This is a neighborhood in Altadena, again, dealing with the Eaton fire right now, still burning. On the left, that's satellite images from Monday before the fire. You can see the green of the trees, water in the pools. And then on the right, the exact same neighborhood right now. Houses smoldering in ruins, trees are charred. The image was taken yesterday, and you can see in the image some homes are actively on fire.
Yeah, we do want to mention to you also that this, the evacuation orders, all of the evacuation orders, in fact, in the Sunset Fire area in the Hollywood Hills, those will be lifted right about now. They're scheduled to be lifted at 7:30 this morning. So this fire looked very scary last night. The fire started just before 6 p.m. west of the Runyon Canyon hiking area. It very quickly burned at least 60 acres. Firefighters are working to ensure that there are no flare-ups in the surrounding areas, though. Crews
I tweeted you some koalas rescued by firefighters.
As they
Please show it to the viewers.
More than 50 firefighters knocked down this large house fire in Studio City before it could spread to any nearby brush. However, you can see right there that house collapsed, completely destroyed. The fire started just before 9 last night on North Sunswept Drive. Firefighters attacked this one from the ground and, in this case, from the air as well.
Heard what seemed to be gunshots and looked outside, saw our next door neighbor's fire coming out of their home. Took a second and went back out again. He went to grab some things and I said, our house is on fire. And
so you came in and said, the house is on fire, the house is on fire.
Literally grabbed our phones, a computer, and our dogs and ran out.
I feel so badly for the couple there. Some other homes nearby were also damaged, but thankfully no one was hurt.
Well, LA Mayor Karen Bass is facing criticism for being in Ghana when the Palisades fire broke out. She was there as part of a delegation sent by President Biden for the inauguration of its new president.
Reporters then peppered her with questions as she returned to Los Angeles.
Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster? No apology for them? Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
During a news conference yesterday afternoon, Mayor Bass said that she took the fastest route back to LA. She also said that she was able to be on the phone the entire time during her flight. It is 7:30 right now. You're watching Today in LA. We've been covering Southern California's wildfire emergency live on the air nonstop since Tuesday morning. So it's about 45 hours now. Thank you for joining us. I'm Major Rambulo.
And we will continue to cover this, bring you the very latest images and information as we continue to get through this wildfire emergency. I'm Lynette Romero. Let's get you up to date exactly what's happening right now. These are the latest numbers that we have. These numbers will change today. There is no doubt about it. But this is the latest information. The Palisades fire, so much larger than it was 24 hours ago. We are expecting those updated numbers. But what we know right now, it is more than 17,000 acres. That's about 26 square miles. The landscape of the seaside community, it has changed drastically. We've been showing you that all morning long. A lot of the homes and the businesses have burned. More than 1,000 structures are gone. The other big fire is the Eaton fire. It started in Altadena. It has burned more than 10,000 acres and destroyed hundreds of homes and businesses. Tragically, 5 people have died, and we, of course, are working to try to get more information about those victims.
Evacuation orders are still in effect for both of these areas because it is still a very dangerous situation. And we have learned that the fire conditions, we're expecting those to last even longer than first anticipated. So we'll have much more on your forecast in just a moment. We also want to tell you that many schools are closed today, including every school in LA Unified, as well as multiple other entire school districts. The LAUSD superintendent made the announcement last night saying he felt that was in the best interest for the safety of all the students and staff who work at these schools. Again, we have a list on our website, nbcla.com, of some of these school closures. We're also going to get an update on all the fires burning in our area very soon, and it's scheduled to start in less than a half hour, this news conference here. So we're expecting, once again, firefighters, law enforcement officers, and elected officials to hold this news conference to give us the very latest information on these fires that are burning and how it's impacting people. As soon as this gets started, we'll bring it to you live.
All right, and from our NBC sister station in Chicago, we have Lexi Suter, who has been covering this for us. So you came in to support us as part of our team. We really appreciate that. But you were saying that as you flew in from Chicago, you were a little bit nervous about what you were going to see because you knew how bad it was. And indeed, once you landed, it was as bad as you thought it could possibly be.
Yeah, Lynette, from the moment we started making that descent into LAX, you could see the smoke, flames from the Palisades fire. And usually when you come into LAX, it's such a beautiful view of all of Los Angeles County. So that was very eye-opening to see those heavy plumes of smoke and see those flames that are visible from being in an airplane. Landing here and standing in the middle of this, it is unlike anything I've ever covered, my photographer's ever covered. It's very raw in the sense that you can feel it in the air that these people were in their homes 2 days ago. Standing behind me, this is what's left. You've got some products of a home. I can spot a grill. You've got fireplaces standing, but these homes have been reduced to rubble, and just really in matters of minutes. There are still so many dangers out here too. I want to point out right here, this power line that you can see is just down on the ground. We have seen cars come by our way. Not sure if it's a hot line, but you've got a tree down. You can see that this is really just the immediate
All right, so as we've talked about, I mean, this happens when you're covering these natural disasters, these catastrophes. It can affect the cell phone coverage, and that can affect our coverage. Overall, though, I mean, I feel like it's been very stable and steady in terms of being able to bring people to the front lines of these fires, and it's really helped with our coverage there. So we'll try to check in with Lexi in a little while. But she said she could actually see the fires from the plane as she was landing and all the smoke, and it's obviously a very scary thing to see.
Well, because of the unprecedented demand for water in the Pacific Palisades for fighting these fires, there is a significant low water pressure that has reduced the water quality and can also pose a health risk. So now the LADWP is strongly advising people in this zip code, the 90272 zip code, and the adjacent communities north of San Vicente Boulevard, to only use boiled tap water or bottled water for drinking and also for cooking purposes until further notice.
And in Pasadena, where the Eden fire is growing, Pasadena residents in evacuated areas are being told to not drink tap water, only use bottled water. Again, they also say that it's not safe to use that tap water for cooking. The city says it'll let everyone know when it's safe to drink again.
So if you're someone who is not being directly impacted by this and you want to know, how can you help the people who have been just devastated by all of this and have been affected? Well, the American Red Cross is now working with local shelters and partners to try to help evacuees by providing food and health services. Now, to support this effort, you can make a donation at redcross.org, or you can call 1-800-RED-CROSS. There's also an urgent need to help firefighters. The LA Fire Department Foundation is taking donations that will go toward emergency fire shelters, hydration backpacks, and wildland brush tools. Also, you can head to supportlafd.org to be a part of that effort. You can also donate to the California Fire Foundation, which is a nonprofit working with local fire agencies to provide direct financial support to
Okay, thank you for the 10 STL, Cooper said, and all of a sudden there's this widespread use of water as he stands in front of a raging inferno, right? Nurse Jules, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate that. IMC McGinnis says, I tweeted you some koalas rescued by firefighters. Please show it to the viewers. I was trying to find your tweet.
Los Angeles will rebuild.
And Phil highlighted this from last night. I just saw it now. Los Angeles is burning. Find more information at URL.
Build stronger than ever.
You in chat
right now, if you need help, emergency information, resources, and shelter is available. All of this can be found at URL.
At URL.
Found at URL. Los Angeles. Los Angeles will rebuild strong.
Wow.
Alhambra Unified School District, Arcadia, Beverly Hills, Duarte, Garvey School District, as well as Glendora Unified School District. These schools will be closed. These schools will be closed for the next week, or for the end of the week, I should say, through the end of the week. Burbank Unified School District, Glendale, La Cañada Unified, and Pasadena Unified School District.
Well, as Superintendent Carvalho mentioned, the district will also distribute grab-and-go meals to LAUSD students this morning from 8 to 10 at the following schools: the Mulholland Middle School, Sepulveda Middle School, Hollenbeck Middle School, Southgate High School, Fremont High School, Harry Bridges Span School, Marina Del Rey Middle School, Sonia Sotomayor Arts and Sciences Magnet School. So certainly, you know, a lot of the kids rely on these families, need the support. So they're trying to find ways to make sure and keep the kids safe and staff safe during this emergency, but also continue to give them.
That's what it was. She was reading a script. Mm-hmm.
Belen, right now, we've been talking about the winds, not as strong as they were 24 hours ago, but we're anticipating that those might pick up again. And Belen, unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have these dangerous fire conditions stick around for a little bit longer than what we first expected.
That's right. We're taking a look at the current conditions. And right now, guys, you remember this map, right? When we first came on at 1 in the morning?
Yes.
It wasn't showing anything. Things were really quiet. But now we're starting to see the activities start to pick up. It's not bad. But we're just headed for another windy day, especially during the afternoon. Winds are breezy through the San Fernando Valley, over the LA Ventura County Mountains, and through the Cajon Pass and over into the Inland Empire. Look at Riverside right now. Wind speeds sustained are at 14 miles per hour, so we're starting to feel those winds pick up again. Now, I want to show you where the humidity is, because the humidity has also increased somewhat, especially along the coastline. But inland, we still have some very dry conditions. We're at 10% in Van Nuys, Santa Clarita 12, over in San Bernardino 8%. So let me explain what has been happening in the overnight hours. Those winds have been diminishing. The humidity has been creeping in. But as the winds activate and they get stronger, it's going to drop the humidity again. So fire danger is still very much present.
All right. Let's see. Let's take a look at the map. What's going on with this map? Let's see if it's updated. Okay, it says, take a look here. 4 minutes ago, 17,234 acres, and the map is showing, wow, a hell of a fire out there. Sunset Fire, Palisades, we know about that. Eaton Fire, which is growing in Palisades. Hearst Fire, Lydia Fire. This one's kind of growing too. This Lydia Fire, 348 acres. I think yesterday was like 0.5. So that's spreading. I wonder how the winds are doing too. I think they said it slowed down the winds, but the Hearst Fire, Eaton, Palisades. Wow. Where's the chopper going? Don't leave.
Okay, very good.
Don't leave. We need you.
Newscopters ready to go. They're all set.
KCAL. That's a KCAL coverage as well. Where's KCAL soon? I want to check on
throughout the night, all throughout the burn scar of this fire. So along the PCH, they're doing some protection, just looking for embers and spot fires along the PCH. But we still have had some active fires up in the hills, and we're watching it. And we did have some extreme wind conditions last night. We're expecting the wind to taper off Friday morning, but we started having some pretty significant wind.
How difficult was it to not have that air support?
Well, it's anytime we don't have air support, it is difficult, especially in steep terrain. But when we have a wind-driven event like this, when we have these significant winds, our helicopters cannot fly in that. It's not safe for them to do so. So we had to ground all fixed-wing and rotor-wing aircraft. So that definitely hinders our operation and contributes.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
You know, people in this area have been through a lot of fires. Just last month, the Franklin fire, you saw the Woolsey fire. What makes this fire different?
What makes this fire different is that we're used to Santa Ana wind conditions, but we're not used to 80, 90 mile an hour winds, and we're not used to the erratic behavior of this wind. So firefighters that were out on this, fighting fire all night for the last 2 nights, especially that first night, they said, yeah, as they're fighting the fire on one home, the ember cast spreads and they turn around and there's a whole nother area that's going. So, we had a couple mile ember casts on this fire, and that definitely contributed. That's what made this different, was how erratic and how fast the wind was blowing.
Is that also why we're hearing from people, they were in their neighborhood, things went up in flames, they didn't see any firefighters in sight because the firefighters were already fighting something else?
Yeah, so this is a very widespread, and the initial engine company that arrived on scene, they called for all water dropping helicopters, and they filled out a full brush assignment. So this was so widespread, so erratic. They have to prioritize, and we have to wait for resources to get on scene. So we can call for all available firefighters, but we have them coming in from all over the state. Once it gets to be this big,
thank you for watching.
They come
Apple
in from all over
Valley,
the state,
California.
and also from our federal partners.
What do you need moving forward so something like this doesn't happen again?
Like anything, we need resources. So we educate the public. We knew this wind event was coming, so we tried to let people know about this. So people need to have a escape plan. They need to monitor. They need to have ready, set, go. They need to be monitoring for alerts. But what firefighters need resources. We need boots on the ground, and that's the number one thing that's going to put this fire out, is having the resources and the number of firefighters to do it.
I was reading this morning some firefighters have worked 36 or 48 hours.
Yeah, our firefighters are working tirelessly. They're working nonstop throughout the night. I had some extra lunch bags in my car, and I was delivering them out today, and they're like, "Oh, I haven't had a chance to eat." And our firefighters are so committed to this. Firefighters are firefighters are putting people into their fire engines, into their chief sedans, getting people out of this fire. This was such a fast-moving, wind-driven event that I had to put a lady inside my vehicle with 2 cats because she's walking in the blackout smoke conditions. So this was. That's what's different about this fire, is how fast-moving it was, and just how erratic the winds were.
Have you ever had to do that before?
I have had to do that before, and that's, but it's, we had to do that recently at the mountain fire in Ventura, but it's not to this extent and not this widespread.
Do you feel that these fires are getting more ferocious?
This one definitely is one of the most ferocious that I have seen in the 25 years I've been on the fire department. So. Like you said, if you've been at the Woolsey, we've had wind-driven events. We're used to having Santa Ana winds here. We know when they come. We work with our partners at the National Weather Service, so we can predict when these wind events are going to be. We pre-deploy. We have additional staffing on those days. But this is definitely was one of the worst that I've seen.
Can you just talk from an emotional standpoint? You're a community member here. What is it like to be down here and see businesses and homes that you've driven past for years?
These businesses are our iconic locations. So this is where I come, with when I want to have a nice meal. These are places that have been around for a long time, and a lot of the firefighters that are out here live in the community, myself included, and the amount of devastation here is it's hitting everybody. And I don't think there's anybody that lives in this area, in this region, that does not know somebody who's been affected by this.
There are so many things he said there that were just so striking to me. The fact that firefighters have been working for almost 48 hours in some cases and hadn't eaten. They are desperately working so hard to try to save any more homes that are in the potential path of the flames that are left. We, of course, are on PCH, where we see a lot of destruction. This is, of course, the light pole. Out in the Pacific Ocean, you can see debris starting to roll in of things that have gone out and are now coming back onto the shoreline here. And then there's just this amazing sense of beauty in some ways. You can see the sunrise has come up, and we've got that very fiery sunrise and the light shimmering on the water. And I think between what he had to say and just how firefighters are reacting and seeing a little bit of light this morning as conditions are getting better. We really are going to have to pull together as a community and help one another. We talked a little bit earlier about going and checking on people's homes. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get everywhere. And as you heard from that firefighter, in most cases, there is nothing left. And people are going to have to prepare themselves for that. It's going to be devastating when they go back. I know I just got a text message a short time ago from a friend saying, I know someone who has 3 children and 2 cats. Do you know of any homes? They have nowhere to go. I hope we can all rally around each other and support one another as the firefight is not over yet, but as we start seeing some of the conditions improve and start seeing the devastation and hearing from people in need. Rutabaga. Hi.
This here is saying, let's take a look at this. Hadouken! What's that? What kind of character is that? The Lake Shrine. Pacific Palisades is incredibly still standing. Everything else around it burned. This is where 100 people abandoned their cars. Man. All burned to hell. Wow. The shrine. What else do we got? Let's see. Want somebody out there live in the fires, running through the fires, live streaming. Where's that at? Ah! I want to see that. K-Count. Let's see what else we got. AP News. I guess we'll go back maybe to NBC.
And we're going to somehow, this community here is going to somehow get through this and work together in this, because that's just what people do. We saw it in Malibu with the Franklin fire, and I know we're going to see that now here in the Palisades in this section of Malibu with this fire. But now that the sun is up and you can see the scope of these homes, it just leaves you kind of speechless, you guys.
Yeah, it really does. We so appreciate your reporting out there, Brittany Hope, in Pacific Palisades right there in Malibu.
NBC4's Lauren Coronado is covering the other major wildfire burning.
So Uber evacuees in Los Angeles County can use the code WILDFIRE25 through January 15 to get a discounted ride to an evacuation center. So if you're out there in Los Angeles, you want a discounted ride to an evacuation center, they're saying use WILDFIRE25. The offer is valid for 2 trips per rider and covers up to $40 per ride. Okay. The Lyft is also offering something. Okay. The rideshare service is offering $25 vouchers, which are valid for 2 rides, up to $25 each, total $50. And the code is CA Fire Relief 2. CA Fire Relief 2, all one word. However, the offer is only being offered to 500 customers. So, okay, we're on a budget. We'll help some of you motherfuckers out. This is a business expense for them, but they're limiting it. Only the first 500. You have to run and scramble for Lyft. Scramble and scrape.
Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit. No, I like that.
So you got to scramble and scrape, and they came up with some crazy hard code to type in CA Fire Relief 2, and it's only being offered to the first 500 customers until midnight on January 15th. Now, if you have Planet Fitness is offering, the fitness chain is offering evacuees and first responders free access to their facilities, including showers, locker rooms, and Wi-Fi, until the offer is valid until January 15th. So, if you're an evacuee or first responder, I guess, they're offering their facilities. Now, Airbnb, 211 LA is partnering with Airbnb to offer free temporary housing for people. We talked about that last night. AT&T is offering unlimited talk, text, and data to some wireless customers in Southern California through February 6th. The offer applies to AT&T postpaid and prepaid customers with billing addresses in certain zip codes. Okay. Verizon is offering some stuff too. So they're offering a couple little things for people that have lost their homes, I guess, or had to evacuate.
Their fight is not over. It's so tough because they still have a long road ahead of them.
Carter
a lot
was
of people
far-sighted.
wondering if their homes made it. We've been trying to keep everybody posted, trying to send back video to show them if their home made it or not. Unfortunately, in a lot of cases like this one, it just didn't. And as you look around right now, as all of this smoke is...
McDonald's is offering buy one, get one chicken nuggets for evacuees and people that have lost their homes too. So they have a buy one, get one deal for those people that have lost their homes or evacuating California. Buy one, get one chicken nuggets, 10-piece chicken nuggets. All right.
I mentioned that while things look calm right now, there are still those hot spots. There are still those fires that are sparking near homes. So homes are still very much threatened right now. In fact, we saw a couple homes. We saw units that had burned to the ground overnight, and firefighters worked their best to try and stop the fire from spreading. But unfortunately, we know just how intense these flames can be and how erratic it can get. So, of course, we'll keep you posted, but the firefight's certainly not over.
You can get that on Uber Eats.
All right, Lauren, and you're right. It looks calm now, but there are still homes burning, and there's still more wind in our forecast. So thank you for that reporting.
Yeah, as you'd mentioned, more winds in the forecast. Those are expected to pick up. Let's check in with meteorologist Belen de Leon, who's getting us ready for the day. Belen?
And you know what? Even folks that are not close to where that fire is burning are being affected because the winds have been light throughout the morning. So now that smoke is stagnant and it is really smoky out there. I'll take a look at what the smoke is going to do. But right now, I want to give you an idea of what's happening around the fire zone because we have some very calm conditions. Thankfully, there are a few spots where the winds are stronger. For example, in the high mountain tops. Look at this. Santa Monica Mountains gusts right now up to 34 miles per hour, sustained winds at 25. But this...
Stay strong, Los Angeles. Let's catch this asshole. Our community will rebuild. Okay, what happened here? Very short clip. Not sure what's going on. Let's take a look.
How are they throwing gasoline?
I'll pick that up. Shit, what?
How are they throwing gasoline?
Weird. I don't know what happened there.
Dense, more widespread. In fact, here's a look at the air quality right now where you see unhealthy air quality, especially coming off of the Eaton fire near Altadena, stretching into the Los Angeles area and all the way to the South Bay. But the smoke advisory, it's going to expand and include the San Fernando Valley, Orange County, and also in the Inland Empire. Right now, I'm going to bring in my colleague, Shauna Mendiola. Tag, you're it. But we're talking about not only the smoke, we've got an advisory, but now we have the red flag warning that has been extended and a high wind warning. We're going to get another round of winds.
Yeah, we've got one more that we're really concerned about. So as Belen's talking about, there's the unhealthy air quality, and here's a look at that advisory for you. This is that wildfire smoke advisory that was originally for Ventura County and Los Angeles as well. But look at how it extends into the Inland Empire and Orange County here as we head to the afternoon. Would not be surprised if this gets extended even more through tomorrow as we continue to see that smoke filter in the air. So we want to give you a heads up on that. Air is very toxic in certain spots. You do not want to breathe it.
That's what I was waiting for too. I think they said there's a press conference happening soon. Let me see. Okay. Officials to hold press conference. Let me take a look at this article. Pasadena now. I'm assuming these news stations are just going to play it, but let me see. Okay. Damn, it's a 45-minute press conference. Okay. So they're supposed to be having one now in the next couple of minutes. Press conference.
Is that we've got onshore flow, which is ocean air coming inland. So we need that to add to the moisture to the air. We'll see that as we head to lunch tomorrow and into the evening. And then for Friday night, where's the wind? We'll get another break from the wind. Now, I am monitoring another chance of that as we head to the weekend, so stay tuned for that. So far, it's looking light for now, but look at your 7-day forecast. Here's a look at the possibility of more wind. We'll head into Saturday and Sunday with, again, a chance of seeing that in your forecast. Now, in terms of temperatures, you're going to notice that here this morning. It's a little cooler outside, so if you do step outside, remember to wear that mask and also a warm jacket or sweater because we're starting off in the 40s. We'll get even warmer today. Those Santa Ana winds that are coming, they are going to warm the air. They'll be at about 78 degrees for you in Los Angeles. Friday, 70 degrees, and then we cool to the 60s this weekend. And unfortunately, look at that 7-day forecast. No rain out there. So we're staying dry here across the region, and we're monitoring, again, a very situation.
The new flag mascot of Cali is the smelt fish.
Shauna,
it has costed them billions as a sacrifice. Congratulate Governor Newsom for his success. Gov Newsom for California.
That fish thing is a real thing, huh? Ivan, what's up? Good morning. Thank you for the 10. The new flag mascot of Cali is a smelt fish. Cost them billions as sacrifice. Wow. So there's a press conference coming up. Heather sent me an article, and it looks like they've slotted 45 minutes from. Wow. 45 minutes. Okay. So you know there's going to be a lot of pat on the backs and all this stuff like last night. Which I don't mind some of that, but like the whole thing being about that, it's a little too much. I just want the real updates, what's happening, what's going on. Palisades fire press conference. Let's see if I can find any kind of link, live link. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see. I'm sure it'll come up though once. Still waiting.
Now, of course, this fire, both of these fires are going to be handled, certainly if they are in the mountainous terrain, by water-dropping helicopters. And we are waiting for them to take off. Looking at the radar here, this is Sky Cow floating back and forth, as I said, the northern flank of that fire. It's all along here, and Sky Cow was looking south with its very powerful camera. I am still looking for the aerial attack to begin here. We have not yet seen those helicopters from Whiteman Airport or Van Nuys Airport or Chino Airport take off and head towards the either fire right now. Those crews are switching out, refueling, and getting water again, but hopefully we should see some kind of an aerial attack now because the winds are not very high, and certainly not high enough to prevent general aviation like fire helicopters from flying. So I'll keep monitoring this, let you know when they get up. Until then, that's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
45 minutes. Y'all be ready now.
All right, Mark, thank you so much. You are watching KCAL News at 8 o'clock, and if you're just joining us, we want to take a look at the latest on the fires right now. First, we'll start with the Palisades fire, which is burning in the Pacific Palisades and Malibu. More than 17,000 acres have burned. This is where our Jamie Yukas is live this morning, standing along PCH. There's still no containment in this fire, and at least 1,000 structures have been destroyed.
And now to the Eaton fire. It is burning in Altadena and Pasadena. It burned out of control at over 10,000 acres at this point. We have confirmed 5 people are dead and 1,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed.
The Hearst fire is burning in the Sylmar area. That has burned 855 acres. That fire is 10% contained. Air quality and widespread power outages, though, are still a concern this morning.
And to the Sunset Fire, we know it erupted in the Hollywood Hills last night, just before 6 p.m. 43 acres have burned. Fire crews stopped its rapid spread. Fortunately, the LAFD is reporting that by now, all evacuation orders should be lifted. Residents are asked to be careful when returning to their homes. All right, let's now get a check of our next weather with Paul Diano. Earlier, you said the good news, a little respite from the powerful winds right now.
Yeah, I think we have an opportunity right now. With these fires 0% contained, we
We need better weather conditions to begin to surround the fire and begin to limit its forward progress before the winds pick back up again later on today. That opportunity is right now. It is right now until 11 o'clock this morning. It will be the least amount of wind that we will have all week. There are virtually zero wind gusts out there. Won't be the case this afternoon. Winds will pick up again this afternoon and this evening, especially in some other spots, not where the fires are burning. The Inland Empire in Orange County, you will have the strongest winds. And wind or not, everything is super dry, and until we get a soaking rain, which, by the way, is not in our forecast for at least the next 7 days, the fire danger will stay critical, and anytime the wind gets strong, we're going to be right back in it once again. The wind is not strong right now. Only 24-mile-per-hour wind gust in Santa Clarita. That's kind of normal. 22 in San Bernardino and 17 in Riverside. Let's look at what's going to happen later on this morning into the afternoon. First up, higher elevations of the San Bernardinos and San Jacintos. We're back into the 50-mile-per-hour range just a couple hours from now. So that window of opportunity is going to close as the day progresses. Orange County, especially downwind of the Santa Anas. That would be you in Irvine.
We did kind of see through the smoke a little bit earlier on that are literally burned to the ground, the entire neighborhood. It isn't one of those ones where there's one house here, one house there, and there's blocks and blocks and blocks of that. And while we were up there, I kind of was just doing the math. I was counting. There's about 40 homes on one of those residential blocks, and then you just kind of do we got 5 blocks right here. That's 200 homes at least that have burned to the ground. Now, there's still a lot of active fire, of course, out here. Most of it's getting into vegetation, which, you know, the firefighters are concerned about because the winds are carrying those embers. But right now, these flames are moving away from the houses and away from the homes. Getting a little bit of a wider shot again. This is kind of showing you.
Gotcha.
This is coming towards Topanga, actually. This is Agora Hills is what we're looking at right there. And you can see some of those homes up in the hills and a lot of vegetation over there. And the winds are actually helping these houses, as you can see.
Okay, so this is McGinnis. IMC McGinnis is sharing some of the the koala. Let me show this. Koala rescue. Oh, it's hiding. Look at that. Kind of cute. They're kind of cute animals. Look nice. Look, they're cute.
Come here, mate. Hey, you all right, buddy? Hey, what the hell? Can you grab me some water? Get you some drink. This guy has survived. He's looking pretty bewildered, so we can get him a drink. Oh yeah. No, the shit off, mate. Oh, mate, he's messing. He got it. He's hard. Pretty cool. It's amazing. Yeah, smell that. Need H2O. He just can't get enough of it.
Right out of the cup. I mean the bottle.
Oh no. Oh, I can't believe it. What? Love me, boy.
2019 fires. This thing. What is that? Is that a helicopter? No. Erickson air crane. Oh, snap. That looks really cool. S64E. That's really cool. That's the same thing, yeah. There it is. Boom. Thank you for sharing that. Oh, it's press conference time? Oh, snap. Okay, press conference time. All right, let me get this on the screen. Sorry, guys.
Firefighting operations and the active front. As Supervisor Horvath mentioned yesterday, wildfires do not.
What's her name?
As Supervisor Horvath mentioned yesterday,
What a name. What kind of name is that?
Wildfires do not care about jurisdictional boundaries. Between the city and the county, we are managing the various resources that are coming online with the increasing demands on our first responders. I saw this firsthand driving through the streets of Altadena yesterday. Driving up Lake Avenue, the devastation could not be missed. The number of homes, businesses, and buildings that were on the fire dwarfed in any sense of available resources. Altadena is a very unique and special part of the 5th District. It is a community that embodies the spirit of a big, small town. A community full of rich culture, history, and one that passionately supports the small businesses that drive its economy in the community. It is also one of the only communities in Los Angeles County that manages the urban-wildland interface. Altadena is a resilient community. They have seen some significant battles before, but the scale of the impact today is larger than anything that I have seen in my career. The loss of historic resources at Eaton Canyon Nature Center, Farnsworth Park, and the Altadena Golf Course cannot be measured. I saw fire engines and companies from El Dorado County and other parts of California joining Los Angeles County Fire in an effort to protect life and property. In the midst of the emergency, we've all seen individuals who are targeting vulnerable communities by burglarizing and looting homes. This is simply unacceptable. You will be hearing from our DA, Hochman, shortly regarding his efforts to hold these individuals accountable, and I promise you, you will be held accountable. Shame on those who are preying on our residents during this time of crisis. The emergency order will be strictly enforced by the Sheriff's Department.
Oh shit, what happened? Okay.
I want to thank President Joe Biden and Governor Gavin Newsom for pledging to bring federal and state resources to help Los Angeles County in our moment of need. President Biden's disaster declaration includes the promise of public assistance and individual assistance. We will begin the process of rebuilding. We will have critical resources available to ensure the residents of our communities are not fighting these battles alone. I intend to bring in a motion with Supervisor Horvath as my co-chair or co-author to ratify the county's emergency proclamation at the next Board of Supervisors meeting. Make no mistake, this board and this county will continue to do everything in our power to ensure the safety of our residents as we look forward to the path of recovery. With that, I would like to introduce Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Thank you, Supervisor. One voice, that is the way we speak, and that is the way we stand here.
Thank you.
One voice. Thank you, Supervisor. One voice, that is the way we speak, and that is the way we stand here united. Los Angeles will stand united and stand strong. So first of all, my thoughts are with the thousands of Angelenos who are impacted by this emergency, as more Angelenos were forced to make the terrifying decision to evacuate. Our priorities, of course, are to keep Angelenos safe and to protect homes. The winds continue to be of a historic nature and a key factor of this firestorm. For much of Tuesday, the unprecedented winds prevented air operations to continue. However, as of yesterday, the winds have allowed for air operations, and that has enabled significant progress against the fires in Hollywood and Studio City last night. And as of 7:30 this morning, evacuation orders in Hollywood have been lifted. Angelenos cooperated. The community stood together. They evacuated, and Angelenos should continue to proceed with caution. Air operations are continuing rapidly in the Palisades, in Sylmar, and across our region. We continue to see our heroes, from our LA firefighters and from personnel, families, neighbors from across the county and the state. We thank you. However, we continue to confront a big one-level firestorm. Historic winds and extensive drought have created a perfect storm that has driven people from their homes and have taken people's homes, and that has taken people's lives. I've been in the fire zones, and you can see how fast and devastating these wind-driven fires are. I know people from all over the nation are asking how they can help. So here are two essential ways. First of all, support the California Community Foundation Wildlife Recovery Fund at calfund.org, and support the Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation at supportlafd.org. And in addition to shelters, Airbnb is offering free temporary housing. Go to 211la.org for more information. This, as we know, is a regional crisis. So working together is the only way we will get through this. That's why I've been in constant contact with my colleagues at the county, state, and federal level. President Biden, Governor Newsom have assured us of full state and federal support. And of course, County Chair Barger and I are fully coordinated, as I am with all of the local elected officials. And our fire departments, police departments, utilities, and other critical agencies are coordinated as well. We have pre-deployed, we are executing a strategy, and we are adapting to conditions on the ground in real time. This is absolutely an unprecedented historic firestorm, but we are all hands on deck. We need to continue to cooperate. We need to evacuate when asked to do so. We need to help others, help our neighbors. And first and foremost, we need to stay united. We need to stay strong. A united LA is the way we will recover, is the way we rebuild our communities. And with that, I believe I am introducing Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Good morning. The strength and resilience of Los Angeles County is more than anything we are seeing on the ground. I know this because of the relentless fight that our first responders, our firefighters, our law enforcement officials are putting forward, giving it everything they've got to take on each of these fires throughout the region. That being said, this is testing even the strongest among us. Last night, I personally received an alert from Nixle that I too was under evacuation warning.
Look, they're asking for donations after defunding forestry and fire department salaries. They always ask, as for money after mismanaged disaster they created.
That's so true.
Of
Where's that money go?
Of thousands of Angelenos who have been facing this from the moment the fires broke out. No one should have to choose which priceless memento they're going to take with them or leave behind in order to stay safe, for their families to stay safe, for their communities to be safe. I've heard from so many community members about the pricelessness of the community centers, the faith centers. I know that in the Palisades alone, there are more than 20,000 Jewish community members And I was contacted by the Jewish Federation and the work that they are doing throughout the region to support the Jewish community. We've heard with the Eaton fire, the loss of so many faith centers throughout the Palisades fire and so much more. These are not just structures. These are places where people have made lasting memories, memories they will hold on to. But as they look at their community now, their hearts break, and we are in mourning with them. This is a time of grief, and that is why it is tremendous that our governor and our president and all of the leaders behind me and all of the leaders out throughout Los Angeles are standing strong for all of our Angelenos who are suffering great heartache. The Pacific Palisades has suffered immense loss, and my heart goes out to all of the residents who are continuing to try to understand what is left of their homes. In the Topanga Canyon, I've been speaking with residents throughout the night, and I know that One Topanga and TSEP have been in constant communication with those on the ground, and we are in communication with them to ensure that we
let's send $500 million to Ukraine. That'll fix the problem.
A fire
Face with rolling eyes. Love you, Mel.
The chief has personally deployed resources to ensure that we are actively fighting the fires in Topanga. Topanga Canyon is a treasure, and we are fighting to protect it. Sunset Mesa, when you look at what is left, is heartbreaking. The community members of Malibu and Santa Monica, which last night declared a curfew because of the tragedy that they're experiencing on top of the fire, people trying to take advantage of this crisis. It's absolutely unacceptable, and we will all stand together to keep each and every neighborhood safe. The Hollywood Hills, my heart broke with you last night. I am grateful for the swift work and the aerial assault that took place in order to protect our Hollywood Hills quickly. When you saw a home go up in flames in Studio City, you wondered if that was going to be the next outburst. The residents of Studio City, we stand with you. And in Sylmar, we have at least achieved some containment of the Hearst fire, but we have a long way to go. And we are watching and standing with you. This is a moment where we will share detailed updates, but we will not forget that behind each of these updates is a person who deserves our support. With that, gas shutoffs continue to affect more than 15,000 people in Malibu from Brentwood Country Club to Pepperdine. A boil water advisory remains in effect for the Sunset Mesa community from Topanga Beach and Coastline Drive to the south on Shore Heights Drive on the north, and Topanga Canyon to Carbon Canyon Road in Malibu, including communities of Big Rock and Carbon Mesa. Metro fares remain suspended today thanks to the leadership of Metro Board Chair Ron and our CEO Stephanie Wiggins. If you have essential
I heard from my real estate friend that some of these zip codes are no longer zoned for large million-dollar home. Imagine having a fat house and losing all that equity. It's insane.
For the latest updates and service impacts, you can go to alerts.metro.net. LA County Assessor Jeffrey Prang has shared property tax installment deferral applications, misfortune, calamity, damage reassessment applications, and disaster relief FAQ for property owners affected by the fires at assessor.lacounty.gov. All LAUSD schools and Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District schools in the 3rd District are closed. With that, mental health supports are available through the county's Department of Mental Health. You can call 800-854-7771. Please use this resource. We know you are experiencing traumatic pain, and we want to do our
This is the
best
definition of collective incompetence. The mayor cut 17 mil and gave 21 mil to legal migrants. Now it's who can write the best speech contest.
Coordinating volunteers and support through enla.org. Our county is doing everything possible to respond to these fires until they are contained. And as Chair Barger referenced, today is a day of mourning. And in the words of former President Carter, our faith calls us to do all that we can, wherever we can, with all we can. And in this spirit, indeed in this moment calls us to do the same. Thank you. Next, I'd like to welcome LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney.
So good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath. I will be providing an Eaton Fire update in addition to a Region 1 update. The Eaton Fire remains estimated to be 10,600 acres, and growth has been significantly stopped. And we have 0% containment. We have over 879 firefighting personnel assigned, and mutual aid resources continue to arrive to assist with this firefight. From this point forward, incident fatality information and reporting will be the responsibility of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. We have several reported injuries and over 1,000 structures damaged and destroyed. The cause of the fire remains unknown, and it continues to be under active investigation. As I stated yesterday, as soon as a cause is determined, we will advise the media. The Lydia fire that started yesterday in Acton has been 40% contained, and forward progress has been stopped. It is limited to 348 acres. The number of resources assigned to this fire siege event has increased significantly, and we have a much better posture than we did on Tuesday and Wednesday. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in Los Angeles County and City, and we are appreciative to our fire partners from throughout the Western United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning, the National Weather Service predicts the warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and the majority of Ventura County through Friday. I would like to also acknowledge the presence of Dr. Lori Moore Merrill from the U.S. Fire Administration, who flew out with her team from Washington, D.C. last night to be with Fire Chief Crowley and I so they could witness firsthand the challenges and the devastation that have resulted. Lastly, I want to acknowledge the tireless efforts of my LA County Fire Department personnel, both on the front lines and those behind the scenes, who continuously place themselves in harm's way to protect residents and property in our great county of Los Angeles. Thank you for always being there and continue
Where is
to be
Black
safe
Lives Matters now?
as they take care of themselves, those around them, and the people we serve and protect. Thank you, and I'd now like to invite up Fire Chief Kristen Crowley of the Los Angeles Fire Department.
Thank you, Chief Maroney. So good morning. We continue to battle multiple major brush fires in the city of Los Angeles and across the Los Angeles region. Today, we expect winds to subside somewhat, which will allow fire crews to increase containment lines. However, and I want to be very clear here as well, we are still under red flag warning with extreme fire behavior possibilities. Before I give you an update on several fires in the city of Los Angeles, I have to take a moment, for all the right reasons, to thank the residents of Los Angeles and our surrounding areas for heeding our instructions. Today, it is absolutely imperative that as we move into day 3 of this firestorm, all members of our Los Angeles community maintain vigilance. I will now give you an update of our activities that occurred overnight. Palisades fire, as we know, started January 7th at 10:30 hours in the morning. Size at this point is 17,234 acres. We are in unified command LAFD, CAL FIRE, LA County Fire, LAPD.
Kamala
and
is
LA
going to give
Sheriff.
$750 to the
0%
millionaires.
Containment. Extreme fire behavior continues to challenge firefighting efforts for the Palisades area. Wind gusts are up to 60 miles per hour and are expected to resume throughout the entire day. Firefighters and air resources will continue to work to protect the community and infrastructures and gain control so that we can contain this fire. Damage assessments are ongoing at the Palisades fire. However, preliminary reports estimate the damage or destroyed structures to be in the thousands. It is safe to say that the Palisades fire is one of the most destructive natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles. We will continue to provide additional information as it becomes available. I'll move on to the Hearst fire. January 7th start. The size, 855 acres. We're unified in command, LAFD, United States Fire Service, Angeles National Forest, and LAPD. 0% containment. Firefighters held the fire within a planned containment area and are successful, and we have established a perimeter. Crews were able to get a handle on a few of the flare-ups over the night. We will continue to strengthen our containment lines and create a number of dozer lines to minimize the fire growth. Next, Woodley fire started on January 8th. The size, 30 acres. Containment, fully contained, and we are using fire patrols to monitor the area for any flare-ups. The fire has been declared as a knockdown, and there are no current threats. Next, the Sunset fire, which is in the Runyon Canyon area, started last night, January 8th. Size, 42.8 acres. Forward progress, I'm very glad to share with everybody, was stopped, and the crews are working to put out spot fires within the perimeters and to keep the wind from spreading any additional embers. As of 7:30 this morning, all evacuation orders have been lifted. This fire was rapidly and aggressively attacked by using coordinated air and ground fire suppression efforts. Residents heeded our timely evacuation orders. More information to come on that. Next up, the Sunswept fire, which is in the Studio City area. As I talked about all the previous incidents, on top of this, our fire department was faced with another massive challenge. A very large structure fire encompassing 2 large hillside homes with heavy fire, which exposed brush, broke out in the Studio City area of Los Angeles. The high winds caused the fire to extend within the adjacent brush, potentially causing another additional brush fire. Our LAFD poured all available resources into this fire, and through a combined effort, were successful in preventing another devastating brush fire. Our firefighters stopped the forward progress at just under 1 acre. Also, to be clear, all of the incidents that I just spoke about are all under an active investigation. Let's talk about the preparations for today. The LAFD continues to augment and recall all of our firefighters to fill every single available seat on every single available apparatus within the city of Los Angeles. Firefighters continue to move into the Southern California region from across the western region of the United States, and we are very, very grateful for any assistance that we are receiving. Weather conditions are beginning to turn favorably, which will allow us to increase our containment lines. Again, our primary focus remains on impacting and affecting rescues and saving lives while protecting property. The multiple incidents across the city and the region continue to tax our firefighters. However, rest assured that every single firefighter, first responder, law enforcement officer across the region remains 100% committed to protecting our communities. Here's your call to action. Stay informed with trusted news and official updates. Be prepared to evacuate if you live near a wildland area. Follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay. We also ask the public to stay off the roadways and away from any impacted areas, which we want to make sure there's zero room for any other issues when it comes to delays for our firefighters, first responders to get to where we need to go. I want to take just a moment to thank every single Los Angeles resident who's been impacted by this for staying vigilant, supporting our first responders, and helping your neighbors. Thank you to Mayor Bass, our city leadership, everybody that is here. As you can see, we stand with every single community member, business, anybody that's been negatively impacted by all of these incidents. We stand with you. We're going to remain strong with you as well. And I tell you, we're throwing everything at this that we possibly can, and we're going to move through this and continue to support one another. With that, I will go ahead and introduce our next speaker, which is Sheriff Luna. Sir.
Good morning, Robert Luna, the Sheriff of Los Angeles County. Currently, we have well over 400 sheriff's personnel that are still actively deployed to the fires, in addition to our normal staffing for patrol-related functions throughout the County of Los Angeles. Deputies continue to assist our residents with evacuations. They are performing a lot of humanitarian missions. So many stories to share, don't have time right now. Providing food and blankets to people, rescuing people who, unfortunately, did not evacuate when they were asked to. So you've heard it over and over up here. A lot of the stories of heroic actions by our deputy sheriffs, police officers, or firefighters, a lot of them are taking place from people who did not choose to evacuate, putting their own lives at risk. So please, if you're asked to evacuate, because it's not only your life you're putting in danger. We continue to conduct roving patrols, manning hard road closures, providing security in evacuation areas to prevent anyone who may be tempted to engage in criminal behavior like looting. It was mentioned earlier before by the supervisor, and I'm going to make this crystal clear to everybody out there. Over last night and this morning, we are up to 20 individuals who chose to go into our areas and deprive these poor people who have been through so much of their property. Absolutely unacceptable. And I'm going to give direction to our department members. As you know, when we have an evacuation order by law, if you remain in that area, you are guilty of a misdemeanor. If you commit certain crimes, it could jump up to a felony. I'm going to be asking our employees to start enforcing that. That is very different than a curfew. Why? Because it's 24/7. I don't have to wait for the sun to go down or the sun to come up. If you are in one of these areas and you do not belong there, you are going to be subject to arrest. I hope that is as clear as I can make it, because our first choice isn't to do enforcement. It's not to make arrests. It's to help people. But if people choose to commit crimes, they're going to be held accountable. And the DA, who is standing next to me, will clarify even that a little bit further. This continues to be a fluid and evolving crisis, and the numbers that we release throughout this incident are going to fluctuate. So anything we say is subject to change. We're getting information from our boots on the ground. It's very chaotic out there because it's still so fluid. So forgive us if we give a number and then we have to modify those numbers. I talked about the 20 arrests that have been made so far. Unfortunately, I do expect that to go up. We're not going to tolerate that kind of activity. We have substantially increased our deployment of deputies at the fixed traffic post and are trying to limit and clear out any unauthorized vehicles or people in these areas. I do want to talk as we are summoning more resources. I have been in contact with the chief of the Office of Emergency Services for the state of California. Obviously, that's done at the direction of Governor Newsom. From the get-go of this, he has offered any and all resources to us in law enforcement, and they're doing the same for fire, but I'll specifically talk about policing. The California National Guard is on standby at our direction, specifically my direction, And we, along with my partner Jim McDonnell at the LAPD, are currently in discussions if we are going to need them or how we would deploy them as the hours go on. So stand by for that information as the hours tick on. Chief Maroney mentioned this regarding any death toll information. Yes, we had preliminary numbers yesterday. I got to be honest with you, as I reviewed some of those last night and this morning, I was not satisfied with some of the information that we're getting. And it's not the fault of our people. The people that are working under very difficult conditions are doing their best to do what they need to do. At one point, we'll be able to do a more thorough search of these impacted areas. Some of them look like a bomb was dropped in them, where we will be able to bring in canines and other things to help us hopefully not discover too many fatalities. That's our prayer. But this is a crisis, and we don't know what to expect, but we're ready for everything. So all information, at least on the county side of this equation, we're working with our coroner's office. We'll figure out those numbers. So be patient with us when you ask us about death toll numbers. Right now, frankly, we don't know yet. We eventually will. Evacuations overall for Palisades, Eaton, Hearst, and Lydia fires, the number in both county and city areas, evacuation orders are impacting 179,783 residents. That's nearly 180,000 people in Los Angeles County that are currently under evacuation orders, with another close to 200,000 residents that are under evacuation warnings. I cannot emphasize enough that I urge residents that are asked to evacuate to follow our warnings. I gave some examples earlier. I'm going out through my staff, hey, give me some stories where our deputies are just constantly putting their life on the line, and in every example I'm given is as a result of somebody who chose not to evacuate. I don't want to tell those stories anymore. I don't want to give stories of our first responders being injured, specifically our communities being injured. Please, if you're told to evacuate, evacuate. Two of our sheriff substations are out of power, running on generators. That's both our Altadena and Crescentia Valley stations. They're right in the thick of things. They're engaged in all of the work that I've described. The issues of mutual aid. Will consistently evaluate and reevaluate the needs for more law enforcement personnel. But I can tell you, I'm getting calls from all over this region, from other sheriffs and police chiefs. Everybody wants to help. And that's awesome. That's part of our profession. Very proud to be part of it. The last thing I'll say is, for any specific information regarding evacuation orders or warnings or any road closures, and there's a lot of them, please go to lacounty.gov/emergency. Thank you very much. And with that, I am going to introduce the Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonnell.
Morning. And I'll start off with a sincere thank you to all who have cooperated and supported the first responders and others who've been out there doing the best they can to make this as manageable as it can be. We're still on full tactical alert at the LAPD in support of our fire partners to be able to accomplish their mission. We're assisting with safety as well as the evacuation sites. You heard the sheriff quote the numbers of people who are out there using those. And again, we want to provide every level of safety we can for those involved in that effort. We've been joined by our Port Police and Los Angeles World Airport Police partners as part of the city family in doing the jobs that we're doing as we move forward today. But I want to thank our team. Many of our team and many of the people who are here behind me have left their families in fire areas to come to work to be able to help others. We've had a large number of people who have been evacuated, a large number of people in this group here who either family or friends have lost their own homes and lost everything they own and are dealing with taking care of young families at the same time while they're trying to balance the needs of work with the needs and responsibilities of family. We truly are all in this together, and we have to look at it that way as we move forward. The advice I would give is consistent with what you've heard. The air is not healthy for people who are challenged from a respiratory standpoint. So if you don't have to come into an area that's so impacted, please don't. Traffic, we're trying to maintain ingress and egress to our emergency areas for first responders in particular. We had, as you heard, people coming in still from other states to be able to help in the fire suppression effort, and we need them to be able to get in and be able to do what they need to do as easily as possible. The evacuations, they will probably still continue as the winds pick up. So we want to be able to do that as effectively as we can. Again, I said thank you for the cooperation, but I asked for additional cooperation should the need arise as we move forward. This is anything but predictable. We're thankful for the wind conditions we have now and the ability for our fire partners to try and make up for lost time, to be able to put containment around several of our burn areas and to be able to move forward on that. But again, I just want to say that you've heard from, and you'll hear in a minute from the DA, but from the sheriff about our crime suppression efforts. For those who want to take advantage of others, we're there. We're going to be there, and we're going to be working to hold you accountable for what you're doing in that regard. But as this runs its course, fatigue will certainly become a significant factor for those who are both directly involved in the operation as well as members of our community. So again, we are very thankful for the people who are doing this on all of our behalf, but we need to stick together. We need to support each other, and this is a thing where morale is a big deal for both the community and all of our folks. So take care of each other out there, and let's do the best we can. Thank you. Now, I mentioned our DA Hockman. It's now my pleasure to introduce the newly elected District Attorney of Los Angeles County, Nathan Hockman.
Yeah, I'm still going.
Yesterday, I bore witness by walking and driving through Pacific Palisades. I ended up at my sister's house, a house where she and her husband had raised 4 boys, celebrated birthdays, barbecues, and whatnot, and that house has been burned to the ground. And not just her house, but all her neighbors. Up and down each one of the blocks I traveled, those houses no longer exist. They are now basically rubble. And I haven't seen something like that, and I've lived here almost over 60 years. In the entire time I've been here, it looked apocalyptic. Not since the 1990s, when Los Angeles was hit with the fires, the flood, the earthquake, and the riots, have I seen such disaster occur here in our city. But like back then, Los Angeles has true grit. It has resilience. And it will rebuild, and it will rebuild better than ever. But along the way, there might be people out there who want to take advantage of the people who are suffering these tragic losses. These criminals need to hear, as they've heard from the sheriff, as they've heard from Chief McDonald, an unmistakably clear message that if you want to go ahead and loot, if you want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the reason I want to send this warning now is I don't want any mistake later that somehow they thought, oh, it's not a big deal. It's a huge deal. These acts are despicable, and we will prosecute them with maximal punishment. So I want to make sure that message is received loud and clear, because the first responders in this situation have been simply heroic. As I was in Pacific Palisades, I not only saw fire departments from LA County and LA City, I saw Rialto, Poway, Redding, fire engines from across this entire state that have come to our rescue. And thank you. Thank you to all the first responders. When it comes to law enforcement, it's an all-hands-on-deck operation with law enforcement and the DA's office. Again, detectives are putting on uniforms and getting out there on the streets to protect us. We owe them a huge thank you. And from the DA's office, if we do get these cases, please be on notice. that we are going to try and deter you from committing the crimes in the first place. But if you do commit these crimes, do not expect anything else than maximal punishment. I'll now introduce LA County Public Works Director, Mark Priscilla.
Oh, my God.
Good morning. As was stated, my name is Mark Pistrella. I'm the director of the Los Angeles County Public Works Agency. First I want to say my heart, of course, goes out to everyone affected by the devastating event. I personally toured many of the areas yesterday and met with residents. And as everyone here has described, it's an absolute tragedy, including the life safety support system, our infrastructure that has been destroyed that supports life in these communities. I know from personal experience that feeling a loss from a wildfire, and I have tremendous respect for our firefighters and other first responders, our police force, the Sheriff's Department for the work they are currently doing. In fact, our current mission, which has been going 24/7 for 3 days now, is to support our fire department and our Sheriff's Department and the local PDs in their efforts to save lives. That is our number one mission right now and what we are currently continuing to do, unfortunately, as this event is still active. We are also focusing on the inevitable recovery and repopulation of the areas that we will build back and build back strong. The current focus is on utility restoration, and I know many people are already asking about that. Your sewer, water, your power system, and the transportation system have all been significantly damaged. The heat of this system, the wind that blew also knocked down thousands of trees into the roadway. So what we have is a tremendous amount of debris throughout the communities that have had experienced this fire. This debris has been moved enough to let our firefighters and our sheriff and PD into the area to do their work, but it's going to need to be processed and moved safely out of the area, and we are working on a coordinated effort across LA County to do debris removal, the debris removal that it will be necessary to restore the community back to its former way of life. The debris can be hazardous. The debris that is on the private property is considered hazardous and may be toxic. And so I want to warn everybody now that is either there who's remained behind or who is visiting the areas, as was mentioned earlier, it is not safe. It is not safe to touch the debris. It is not safe to remove the debris yourselves. There is a process for that, and we will be mobilizing with the City of Los Angeles to provide a health review of every property and make sure that when we move that debris, that it's done in a way that's safe and safe for you and for the other residents who remain behind in the area. We are also working on water supply system. The water supply system currently is still supplying fire suppression. Last night we got to see the wonderful use of our reservoirs, the city's reservoirs and our reservoirs, to take water from the reservoirs and actually use firefighting event aerial attacks to the system. You saw what a difference that made in the firefight last night, and those reservoirs are full and continue to be ready and at the disposal of our firefighting friends. The municipal water system continues to suffer poor water quality due to the introduction of ash and debris into our reservoirs and into our filtration systems. So there are specific areas that we are asking for water to be boiled. I would just say,
don't your filter out the ashes?
Behind, if
What
there
kind of
is
filtration
any
system is
residence
that?
in your area that is burned to the ground and you are still there, you should just go ahead and boil water. We will be actively coming to communities in the next day, within this day or next day, delivering domestic water to people who remain in the fire zone area. LA County will be coordinating that effort, not only for the District 29, but also we'll be working with the City of LA to deliver water to residents who've remained behind or who again have partial damage and are maybe staying in their homes. I want to again just mention that a firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from municipal water systems for several hours is just not sustainable. That's why the air support is so important. Our residents in the Sunset Mesa, Topanga Beach area, Coastline Drive on the south to Shore Heights Drive on the north are up in the area. This is a partial damaged area or a threatened area. The Topanga Canyon Road to Carbon Canyon
Right,
Road
which is
Mesa as well
ridiculous,
is
isn't it?
another area that's threatened.
My gosh.
So all of what I just talked about applies to you residents who are there. Now, what can we do? What can the public do? What you should be doing as we sort of still active fire. I will reiterate that it's extremely important to listen to the sheriff and to PD when you are asked to evacuate immediately. Do not hesitate. Do not wait. Your life is not worth it. The systems that you're leaving behind, they are going to be impacted and they cannot be restarted easily. So I know a lot of people are talking about, starting up. If you're thinking about creating your own water and sewer and power system at your home, I want you to be very careful about that. That is not something that a licensed contractor should be doing, or our utility folks. Please don't do that. As I said yesterday, if you're leaving your home, I want to make sure that you lock that home, that you close that home up tight, and that you leave access for firefighters by not closing gates or creating a situation where they can't get to your home to fight off fire. The road system is impacted heavily throughout LA County, signals that are currently flashing red. I want to remind everybody that you treat that as a stop sign and you stop for that flashing. And if you come to a barricade, you need to turn around because those streets are closed for the purpose of recovery and not for looky-loos. Please do not argue with the sheriffs that are there or the PD. If the road is closed, there's a good reason for it. It's because it's not safe for you to be in that area. And that safety includes the debris that I was talking about, trees down, potholes, road systems destroyed. There could be breaks in the roadway that could cause major damage to your vehicle. So I'm asking that you comply with all road closures until further notice. We are available as a 24/7 agency. You can reach our department at 1-800-675-HELP. We do need every citizen. There's something else you can do. If you see something, please tell us about it. Whether it's a gas leak, whether it's a utility line down, if it's a signal that's not malfunctioning, if it's a sewer system leak, any of those things that keep our life safety system going, we need to know about them so we can catalog them and get to them. Please know, and I do need to mention that all of the utility workers, not just my folks at LA County Public Works, but the folks at the City of Los Angeles, the folks at the Southern California Edison, the gas company, we are all coordinating with each other to restore your systems. And our folks are all working 24/7. There are many heroic stories, like the sheriff and fire have, of our utility folks out in the middle of the night, 24/7, getting those systems back up into place. And I want to thank all of the utility workers who are out there doing their job, who are not going home to family at night. They are actually working 24/7 as well. With that, I want to introduce the CEO and Chief Engineer of the Department of Water Power, Janice Quinones.
This is crazy.
Good morning. I am Janice Quinones, CEO and Chief Engineer of LADWP. LADWP crews continue to work around the clock to restore power and support firefighting efforts. On the power front, we have restored about 200,000 customers so far since the windstorm started. And as of this morning, we have approximately 95,000 customers out. We have 118 crews, DWP crews, working around the clock to restore powers as fast and as safe as possible. We're expecting our mutual aid crews coming from PG&E to arrive today and support the restoration efforts. Our restoration times are ranging from 24 to 48 hours. We are prioritizing wires down, so if you see a wire down, please call 911 and we'll send crews immediately to make the area safe. However, if you live in the fire-impacted areas or near those areas, you might experience longer outages, mainly because either our equipment has been compromised due to the fire, we're not able to access the area yet, or we're proactively shutting out the power for the safety of our firefighters and first responders. On the water side, the boil water notice for Palisades on zip code 90272 continues in effect, and it will continue in effect for at least 48 hours. I have water quality engineers taking samples around the system to ensure that the water quality remains a priority for our consumers. We continue to support LAFD and CAL FIRE and water supply issues and firefighting response, including opening our water reservoirs, as mentioned by Mark yesterday. Hollywood Reservoir was a critical asset when we were fighting the Sunset Fire. So all our reservoirs are open, that are open air for air assets, and we continue to work around the clock with other water agencies to increase the supply and pressure of the water system, including Metropolitan Water District. I want to end this by thanking DWP crews and personnel for their commitment and efforts to support the restoration of LA. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And now, Chair Barger.
And I also want to, we recognized President Biden and Governor Newsom, but we also have here with us today Congressmember George Whitesides, Congressmember Laura Friedman, Senator Sasha Renee Perez, Assemblymember Celeste Rodriguez, and Malibu Mayor Doug Stewart. Make no mistake, we are all working together, and I want to thank you all for being here. I know our Congress representatives flew in, and we appreciate it, and we are all in this together. With that, we'll take some questions.
Thank you, Chair Barger. So just a couple rules of the road. So I'll call on you when you get called upon. Please announce your name and which media outlet you are with, and we'll start right here in the middle.
Jonathan Bigliotti with CBS News. For Mayor Bass, please. Mayor, LA County is in a panic state. It began 2 days ago with the Palisades fire. My crew and I arrived shortly after it started, and for several hours we watched as hundreds of homes in a neighborhood burned to the ground. We did not see a single fire engine. We watched as Good Samaritans guided traffic. There was fear and there was a lot of confusion. You were out of the country at the time. Shortly after the fire started, a press release was put out warning of this fire behavior. My question to you is, what explains this lack of preparation and rapid response?
Let me just say, first and foremost, my number one focus, and I think the focus of all of us here with one voice, is that we have to protect lives, we have to save lives, and we have to save homes. Rest assured that when that rest assured, let me finish.
It didn't happen.
Rest
You're deflecting.
assured, when that is done, when we are safe, when lives have been saved and homes have been saved, we will absolutely do an evaluation to look at what worked, what didn't work, and to correct or to hold accountable any body, department, individual, etc. But my focus right now is on the lives and on the homes.
Do you think your leadership was effective while responding to this disaster?
I just said what I believe is the most important thing for us to do right now, and that is going to continue to be my focus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the middle with the laptop.
Before we go on, I want to introduce, because this is an important announcement to be made, the U.S. Forest Service Fire Chief Robert Garcia has an announcement regarding a decision being made on the National Forest.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor, and I'll be brief. I just wanted to share that in the overnight hours last night, the U.S. Forest Service, in an effort to reduce calls for service and reduce potential risk for wildfire, we've made a decision until further notice that the Angeles National Forest is closed. And so we'll get some additional information out, press release, that kind of information on the details of that closure, but it's similar to the types of orders that the county and the city have instituted regarding curfews and access and that type of thing. So the Angeles National Forest will be closed till further notice, likely till we get through this current fire weather event.
Thank you for that. We'll go in the middle. Name and media outlet, please.
Hi, Thomas Fuller from the New York Times. For Chief Luna, I just wanted to follow up on what you said about you weren't satisfied with the information that you were getting on fatalities. It's been widely reported that there were 5 deaths, at least 5 deaths. Do you believe that death toll is not accurate, and do you think it's less than that?
Based on all the information that I've received in the last probably 8 hours, I want to be more confident in the specific information that I'm getting. So what we're doing now is going back through everything, because you got to understand the urgency, the chaotic nature of what we're dealing with, and we're still in the middle of that. So I want to make sure that as we go forward, at least for the sheriff's department, we're actually having our homicide unit involved because they don't only do murder investigations, they do death investigations, that I'm going to change the system and verify each number. Because I don't care if it's just one, that's somebody's family. That's somebody we love and care for. So I want to make sure that's solid before we start presenting that information. Unfortunately, based on the preliminary information I've seen, at least in the two large fires that we're dealing with on each side of the county, unfortunately, I think the death toll will rise. I hope I'm wrong, but I think it's going to rise.
Thank you for that. Let's go right over here in the front.
Yeah, Josh Haskell, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Mayor Bass, I've been on the fire lines the last 2 days. I've never seen firefighters this desperate. At fire hydrants, water not coming out, the pressure so low, the number one tool that they use to fight these fires, not there. How frustrated are you about that? And also, I'm getting texts right now from the Palisades Highlands community. We're almost 48 hours after this fire started. There's not resources up there. The hydrants aren't working. Where's the National Guard? Where's miles and miles of water tenders? How are we addressing this?
Well, first of all, you asked me, was I frustrated by this? Of course, because we all know that this has been an unprecedented event. We also know that fire hydrants are not constructed to deal with this type of massive devastation, and that the number one problem, especially on Wednesday, was the fact that we weren't able to do the air support because of the winds. And so, of course, I am absolutely frustrated by that. I am not sure that is correct, that there are no resources up there, but rest assured, as soon as we are done here, I will follow up on that.
But those homes, the first day and a half, there were homes up there that had been protected by the fire, and then I went up there yesterday, and there were
that had been protected.
That it basically had been saved. Obviously, the fire's moving different directions, but when I went up there yesterday, there were not a lot of resources. We drove around, and then I know that things got worse up there. I'm just wondering, now that we move 48 hours past, how are we addressing these water problems that are continuing, and is it acceptable that they continue?
Well, let me just say that the water problems are a little better now because the winds are such that we can go up and have the air support. And you know that that was the reason that the devastation was so bad, the unprecedented wind, the strength of the wind, and the fact that the air support could not go up.
And if Chief Crowley wants to talk to this, there have been many fires before where air support is not available, and we depend upon these ground resources and crews. Was there a plan in place for that, and did the resources get here quickly enough? And talk about an update to air support today.
Right. So thank you for that question. As we know, and you heard all of the incidents that are occurring at this point. Palisades was the first brush fire that we were attacking at that moment. You talk about specific pre-deploying. We put resources in place, pre-deploying, knowing that the winds were coming. With that, when the fire did light and take off, rapid response, very dynamic situation, air to ground resources coordinating. Now with the winds, I don't think we can overstate that enough. There's no excuse in regard to the winds were too much, but the reality is the winds are so dynamic, and at that tipping point, when our resources, air resources were grounded, that changes our strategies and tactics. We called for the world in regard to the number of resources and what we needed, who we needed, immediate need. Every single resource that was available at that moment responded. You talked about 48 hours later, where are we now, right? Again, I already spoke on if we don't have water, we find water, we use water tenders, we draft water. The fire department, first responders, we're going to do everything in our absolute effort to do what we can do with what we've got. The good news is, with the winds subsiding, you're going to see water drops, you're going to see rotary, you're going to see fixed wings all day, unless something changes. Again, I did say 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts even today. So very, very dynamic situation. With that, also, you said about the other homes, no fire resources there. As winds change, our resources change, we redistribute, we move, and that's the dynamic situation that we are in even in day 3. That's what I wanted to say about that.
We'll
Thank
go
you.
right behind. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, I have another question for you. Bob DeCastro over here from Good Day LA, Fox 11. Another issue, another concern about resources and in particular staffing as well. And we heard from firefighters even on the front lines expressing frustrations about, obviously it's a challenge right now. They're bringing in firefighters from all across the western region, but can you address the criticism now over the budget issue and the slashing, $17 million slashing
I think
of the
if
budget?
you go back and look at the reductions that were made, there were no reductions that were made that would have impacted the situation that we were dealing with over the last couple of days. And
More
then there was a
firefighters on the
little
front
bit,
line would have
there was a
helped.
little bit of confusion because money was allocated to be distributed later on, which was actually going to support salaries and other parts of the fire department that were distributed a little later. So I think it's most important to understand that we were in tough budgetary times. Everybody knew that, but that the impact of our budget really did not impact what we've been going through over the last few days. Again, back to the unprecedented windstorm, wind at such ferocity that we haven't seen in years, is the context in which we were dealing with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go over here on this side. Did you have your hand up with the blue? Name and media outlet, please.
Hi, Grace Tui with the Los Angeles Times. I was hoping Chief Crowley could talk a little bit more about the start of the Palisades fire. We'd heard that, I know we don't know why it started, but we'd heard that it started possibly in a garden in someone's backyard, if you could confirm that. And then how long do we know it took for it to actually reach homes? And I know you said that resources were pre-deployed, but do we know were there actually fire crews in the Palisades when it did start?
Right. So I'll start with your second question, and we'll go back. I'll actually start with your first one. As for where the start of the fire was in the Palisades fire, again, currently under active investigation. We have our arson investigators that are out right now as we speak, and they are actively investigating. As soon as we have information, we will share that with all of you. I know there's obviously, for the right reasons, a lot of interest in that. So with that, we'll circle back. When we come to pre-deployment, yes, we had our local fire stations that are assigned, Fire Station 69, Fire Station 23 in the Palisades area. They were fully staffed. Also pre-deployment in those areas, and we can also share the exact locations of where they were, how much we bolstered in regard to resources in the Palisades area. And also, mind you, we pre-deploy in the very high fire hazard severity zones, knowing that those are the communities most at risk during a wind event. So not only did we pre-deploy in the Palisades area, but also in other critical areas within the city. I don't know exactly, but we certainly can get that to you. Thank you.
Hi, Dakota Smith with the LA Times. I have a two-part question again for the two fire chiefs. First off, have drones, unauthorized drones, been a problem, and have they hurt firefighting efforts? Secondly, in terms of the LAFD hydrants, was there any scaling back of the inspection of those hydrants in the last year and did that affect the firefighting effort, to Chief Crowley?
Sure. So as for your first question with the drones, I don't have any information on that, so I can't share anything with you on that. In regard to the hydrants, historically, January is our hydrant testing phase. What I can tell you is we work closely with the Department of Water and Power. Those hydrants themselves are DWP's hydrants. They're to service the fire department. We partner with DWP in regard to that testing. Now, the very dynamic situation of where we are currently with the wildland season, if you may, there was a decision to postpone. We did not, in regard to the January start date, we have all year to test them. And also, mind you, our local fire stations are every single day going up and down the streets and looking at our hydrants. If there's any damage to hydrants, we report those as well. We were just kicking off that time frame of the beginning of the year when we normally would. What we did was postpone that because of the call volume that we're dealing with, and we're working closely with DWP at that point. I don't think it negatively impacted our abilities in this specific area. Thank you.
Thank you. In the third row there.
David Zahnizer with the Los Angeles Times. I have a two-part budget question. My first part is, can you talk about the reserve fund? Last year, there was a lot of concern that the reserve fund had fallen below 4% and was heading toward that 2.75 number that I think makes it difficult for the city to authorize
How can they
spending.
determine this started by arson if all it took was a single lighter on some dry leaves?
And how
These officials are all cap. It's too late.
Yeah. How can they determine if this started by arson if all it took was a single lighter on some dry leaves? These officials are all cap.
Through the reserve before the state and federal money will arrive.
So let me just say that, as I said a few minutes ago, our number one priority right now is to save lives, to protect lives, to save homes. I'm not here to talk about the status of our budget. If you would like to do that on another occasion, that would be fine in terms of the reserve fund. I don't have those concerns right now, and I will say that after our first priority, then we will look back at everything that was done to do an evaluation to see what worked and what didn't work. Thank you.
Thank you. We are over time. However, we will have one-on-one interviews.
CAL FIRE wants to give an update on structures, et cetera, to get a clarification. I think it's important for you to highlight the numbers.
Excuse me. Good morning. My name is Todd Hopkins. I'm one of the incident commanders for the CAL FIRE incident management teams. Of the thousands of structures, I just want to clarify, that have been destroyed, we get this initial intel from intel flights, and what they do is they pick up heat signatures, and we base off those heat signatures an estimate of what structures are destroyed. What I want to clarify is that a structure doesn't necessarily mean that it's a residential structure or a commercial structure. It could be a vehicle, it could be an outbuilding. So we do have people, damage inspection teams that are on the ground that will go out to every single home. They will catalog whether a house is destroyed, if it's partially destroyed or just damaged, and all that information will be turned over to the city and to the county once the damage inspection teams get done. So although we know that there are many homes destroyed, the thousands of structures can mean many different things besides just a home. So
is this thousands plural that have been destroyed?
Thousands of structures, yes, but that could be a motorhome, that could be a car, that could be a shed. It could be a residential structure. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you very much. And we are end of press conference, one-on-ones. We also have Spanish. We will conduct that over here to the side with Sheriff Luna.
All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. It is 9:12.
Those press conferences are kind of dreadful sometimes. The last couple of ones they've done is just dreadful. I mean, good get out the important information, but they just seem to kind of drag on. It's crazy, man. Like 20 people having a speech or something. Come on, we appreciate everybody, get the important information out and then get to the Q&A. And then this lady, the mayor, is just, she's deflecting, not wanting to answer. Oh, we'll get to that at a later time. We'll talk about that at another time. And just completely deflecting, not wanting to answer people's concerns. I mean, it's just crazy. All right. Well, I guess I'm going to get off for now. I'm going to take a break. We'll see what happens later. Hopefully the fires become somewhat controlled, but it seems like it's spreading out. Oh, I wanted to share this. Brian Enton. I'll share this and then we'll call it.
We came down during the night, or early morning, 3 o'clock in the morning yesterday, and all this was okay. And then by 7 o'clock, this was all burned down. So that's that.
And this is your bike shop?
This is my bike shop.
And you started working here?
1985.
And then you were able to buy it?
Yeah, after high school, I bought it and then moved it up here about 10 years ago. And 40-year run.
Prestige means there should have been fire department at the top and center of the mountain to put out quickly with fire hoses already connected to hydrants. This is how things used to be prestiged back in my days. Accountability.
Damn, Ivan, thank you for the 20. Pre-staged. There should have been fire department at the top and center of the mountain to put out quickly with fire hoses already connected to hydrants.
Yes, that's 4 years.
So you were just walking around in there?
Oh, right now, yeah. There's a few things that I want to make sure I've been thinking about trying to find, so that's all I'm doing.
What does it feel like?
I don't know yet. You know, you get that sort of numbness. Just figure it out. Not quite sure.
I don't think people realize like how widespread it is.
Oh, it's a big fucking deal. Oops, sorry.
Sorry.
Like how widespread it is.
Oh, it's a big fucking deal. Oops, sorry.
It's okay.
You take. Yeah, it's widespread. It's widespread. It's really bad. North of here, there's entire blocks that are completely gone. I mean that literally. There's not a house standing anywhere. So yeah, it's really bad.
You're from here, obviously.
Oh yeah, born and raised.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not from here. I'm from Florida. So I don't know a ton about like fires. I mean, is this just Mother Nature? Is this like someone's fault?
Well, we don't know how it started, but it was a perfect storm. I mean, it was dry weather and super high winds. And then when I mean super high winds, record-breaking super high winds. So that's a perfect recipe for a lot of fire to move quickly. And that's exactly what happened. So.
Do you mind if I talk to you too? Or?
Sure.
Okay. You're Steve's wife.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is going through your mind?
I don't think we've had a chance to process it yet. It's still very much fight or flight, and we're very much in fight mode. When everything settles.
Thank you,
and we've had a chance to reflect.
Krista, thank you for the 39 months.
Then
holy moly. Amazing.
Have you been able to talk to your...
We got to do some members videos. I actually just posted it. I forgot. I set this thing to drop at 12. I dropped the video just now, but fish tank video.
Insurance yet?
Not yet. That's on today's task list.
Yeah. Did you work here also?
Nope. I'm a teacher.
You're a teacher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What do you teach?
Well, right now I'm their externship coordinator, so I coordinate jobs for students.
Were you guys here when it started on fire?
When the business started on fire, no. But when the fire started in the canyon, absolutely. I was up here at my brother's house, right up against the mountains, but standing our ground down his house, which we saved. And then the following morning, the owner of the hardware store, who's right over there, we went to his house and saved his house. But we weren't here, so there was nobody here to stomp out embers or anything.
Did you think it would be okay?
I thought so. There's nothing really flammable around here, so yeah, you'd think. I can't figure out how it actually happened.
Because it's a brick building.
It's a brick building, yeah.
It's not like wood.
Well, there's ceilings that are wood, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't really know how it started.
Thank you.
You're
Anything
welcome.
else you think want to say? Or?
No, that's fine.
Okay. It's Steve.
Yes.
And what's your last name?
Salinas.
How do you spell it?
Salinas.
And what's the name of your bike store?
Steve's Bike Shop.
Steve's House, Steve's Bike Shop. And your name?
Kari.
Is it the same last name?
Same last name.
Okay. Thank you both so much.
Fire Chief Kristen Crowley calling the Palisades fire the most destructive natural disaster in the history of LA. She did say that in the news conference. Is there any way, Scott, that you can focus in on the village area of Palisades?
I think we're over it right there. I think that is the village right there, if I'm not mistaken. Marcel, can you bring up Sky Map real quick? I think that's going to be Sunset and then Temescal. There's Sophomore. There's Temescal Canyon. So I believe that is the village right there. I believe that is the village, if I'm not mistaken. And you could tell some of it's standing, but the majority of those businesses in there have been lost.
Okay, Scott, can you hang with us? Hang tight for a second. We want to now go back to that news conference. Our reporter Josh Haskell asked Mayor Bass a question. Take a listen.
I can't do the press conference anymore. But all right, I'm going to jump off for now. I'll take a break, man. I'll hit you guys up later. I did just drop the fish tank. For anybody that's into aquarium, fish tank stuff and all that, I just dropped the video. I meant to push it back later till it was off and done streaming, but I forgot. I set it for 12. So, but anyway, I'll catch you guys later. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it. All right. Love you. Bye. Be safe. Peace.